Everybody, are you ready? Left side, right side, sauce du Wassil. Come on, turn up, let's go. Turn up, let's go. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Come on. Remix. Mr. Flavor, Bunny Dance. And I shower. Everybody say, I said, are you ready? We're gonna sing. Are you ready? Find a beautiful lady and sing this to her. Are you ready? Let's go. Come on, come on, come on. My baby, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you, baby. My baby, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you. One more time, one more time. Let's go. My baby, let me talk to you, baby. Mr. Melody, one more time. One more time, Mr. Melody, show them. Make some noise for Melody on the guitar.
Good morning, everyone. Kindly begin making your way to your seats as we prepare to commence this morning's program. We will be underway shortly. Tafadhali sana, please make your way to your seats.
From life, but you cannot hide, baby, let's just face it. Who can you love if you don't love yourself and you feel like you don't matter? Sing! You feel like nobody understands the money that you got. Hey, baby, I'm right here. When you need to roll on, I will pass you the lighter. Hey, even if it breaks my heart, baby, I'm right here. When you need to roll on, I will pass you the lighter. Seated in the corners, the walls are closing in. So you choose to ski snowflake in the summer cat lines and you're feeling irate. Baby, I'm not judging you. You'll always be my judge, my baby. Oh, feel like the world is against you. Hey, but I'm always beside you. Oh, yes, say, looking for love, you know the wrong places. You've been running from life, but you cannot hide, baby, let's just face it. Who can you love if you don't love yourself and you feel like you don't matter? Sing! You feel like nobody understands the money that you gotta get down. Baby, I'm right here. When you need to roll on, I will pass you the lighter. Hey, even if it breaks my heart, baby, I'm right here. When you need to roll on, I will pass you the lighter.
Everybody,
hey,
hands in the air, hands in the air, hands in the air. Why?
Running from life, but you cannot hide, baby, let's just face it. Who can you love if you don't love yourself and you feel like it don't matter? You feel like nobody understands the money that you gotta get that. Baby, I'm right here. When you need to roll on, I will pass you the lighter. Even if it breaks my heart, baby, I'm right here. When you need to roll on, I will pass you the lighter. Even if it breaks, even if it hurts.
Make some noise for Joshua Baraka.
Yeah, man. Braka.
Uganda's finest. Let's go. Make some noise for SJ on the drums, ladies and gentlemen. On the count of three, we're gonna turn up. Are you ready? We're having a good time. You ready? 1, 2, 3, 4.
tuilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. Please be seated. May I now direct your eyeballs to the screen.
Welcome to Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2026. This year, we reach new heights as we step into a bold new chapter, reinventing storytelling one frame at a time. This is Africa's premier hub for film and television. Experience powerful industry dialogues, insightful conferences, hands-on workshops, dynamic panel discussions. Join us at the iconic Kalasha International Convention Center from the 28th to the 30th of April 2026 for the market and festival.
All right. Okay, now before we even begin, I am here to politely request for you guys to come to the front. Tafadhali sana. There are too many empty seats in the middle, and we will not begin without that. So please just move to the front. The people at the back, please just come to the front, or the ones there in the middle. Do I just come and point? Sir, in the black hat, please, the black cape. Please, the ladies in brown, if you can come to the front. There should not be any empty seats in front. The same here at the center. Msiogope. Msiogope. Please come to the front, guys. Come to the front. Easy viti hapa, easy hapa. Easy hapa mbele. Jooni. Watu wa Godox, come to the front, please. Si mnaona naona jina yenu vizuri sana. In fact, everyone should have had a tag. It would have been easier. It would have been easier. Please, let's fill up the front seats. Hello, hi. Is there someone here? No one? Okay. Okay, you will sit here. There's no one here. Please sit. Please come to the front, guys. We will not begin unless we move to the front. Please. Unless we move to the front. Hello, madam. How are you? Do you mind moving here to the front? Please. Or anyone. So then the lady at the back will have to move to the front. The three of you, all of you have glasses. I know you can see me. Kujeni hapa. Yeah? Let's fill the... Oh, there's somebody here? Is there someone next to you, sir? There's no one? I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. All right. Have we moved on this other side, please? Guys, we will not begin without ensuring that we have more people at the front. So tafadhali sana, come to the front, guys. Njooni. All of you at the back, please come to the front, politely. Gentleman in, lady in white, the gentleman next to you, please. Are there people here? There are? The last two? The last two. Okay. May we please have the two of you just come sit here. Don't worry, no one is asking you anything. Kujeni tu, mnakaa poa. Mnogopa? Kamini, mnakaa poa? Yes? Come to the front. All right. Please, okay, let me just point. Do you mind, please, the guys in green coming here to the front? Please. From Tunga, watu wa Tunga. Hata mtu ashaka. Sawa, hivyo. Na hawa watu wawili njooni hapa mbele, tafadhali. Nimewambia hatutaanza kama hatujajaza hizi viviti. I think that should be good enough. Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Amina Abdirabah, absolutely honored to be your host over the next 2 days as we host the Kalasha Film Market. And I'd love to acknowledge as many people in the room, from the distinguished guests, government officials, industry leaders, filmmakers, producers, creators, partners, members of the media, and all lovers of African storytelling. Good morning. Much better. Now, it is my honor to welcome you to the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2026. Now, as you know, if you've been following Kalasha, I'm sure positioned for global relevance and, of course, commercial opportunity. Positioned for global relevance and, of course, commercial opportunity. It's very important for us to know how we can make some money in this industry that we love so much. Now, Kalasha continues to evolve beyond just an awards platform. And there's so much more that we need to discuss about the future of African storytelling. What is it going to look like? And perhaps more importantly, how do African creatives such as yourself position yourself within that future? This year's theme is innovating tradition, reinventing storytelling, one frame at a time, inviting us to examine the relationship between heritage and innovation, between identity and disruption, between preserving culture and reimagining how stories will travel across an increasingly digital and global world. Now, over the next few days, the conversations here at Kalasha Film Market will be exploring creativity, and a lot more, from infrastructure, technology, collaboration, policy, audience behavior, distribution, safety within production spaces, as one of the conversations that we'll be having today, in fact, and the future sustainability of the entire creative economy here in Kenya. And now this morning, we will be officially beginning that journey. So to welcome you, I'd love to invite our official host for this year's Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards. So please join me in welcoming a leader who continues to play an instrumental role in positioning Kenya's film industry both regionally and globally. So tafadhali sana mpigeni makofi, Mr. Timothy Owase, MBS, Chief Executive Officer, the Kenya Film Commission. It is my understanding that he has stepped out. Is that so? All right, so once they are back, he will come and officially welcome you. Again, I apologize for a lot of you who've had to wait for so long. Poleni sana. As you can see, it is beyond me and it is out of my hands. However, we'll still have our speakers come later on. In case anything else has changed, I will come and I will brief you guys. But thank you so much for making it for this year's Kalasha Film Market. And hopefully we'll take pictures and videos as you visit all of the different booths and experience what our creative economy has got to offer. Today, you also get to meet a lot of investors who will be coming, talking about the different things that love to invest in when it comes to the creative economy. So once Mr. Owase is back, he will be addressing you and officially welcoming you to the Kalasha Film Market. And also, our chief guest, who is the CS, and also the PS will be coming as well. So asanteni sana. And once again, thank you for your patience. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so let's please be upstanding for our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, tafadhali. Let's be upstanding for our chief guest as he makes his way into the ballroom. Wapi makofi basi as he takes his seat. All right, you may have your seats. Asanteni sana. Mr. Oase, we were waiting for you. Karibu sana. Just to also welcome you back to the stage one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Our official host today for the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards. Please join me in welcoming a leader who continues to play an instrumental role in positioning Kenya's film industry, like I said, both regionally and globally. Under his leadership, the KFC continues to champion local storytelling, strengthening industry partnerships, and expand opportunities for Kenyan creatives. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Timothy Owase, MBS, the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Film Commission. Let's welcome him with a hearty clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Morning. You are happy to be here? Praise God. Very good. The Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Honorable Salim Vuria, the PS Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, Fikirini Jacobs, Kenya Film Commission board members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the 14th edition of Kalasha International Film and Television Market Festival and Awards, a platform that continues to bring together the people, ideas, and opportunities shaping Kenya's screen industries. On behalf of Kenya Film Commission, I extend a warm welcome to all of our distinguished guests, partners, industry stakeholders, and also this opportunity to sincerely thank the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports for its continued leadership and support, the Board of Kenya Film Commission for its strategic guidance, and all our partners who have worked tirelessly to make this event successful. To our international delegates, karibuni Kenya. Kenya ni nyumbani. We are honored to host you in a country that is rich of culture, creativity, diverse locations, and above all, compelling stories waiting to be told. This is more than a gathering. It is a reflection of where we are and a signal of where we are going. Kenya today is not short of talent, we are not short of stories, and we are certainly not short of ambition. But we must be honest with ourselves. Talent alone does not build an industry. What builds an industry is structure. If we look closely, the challenge is not creativity or creative industry. It is systemic. We see strong projects that struggle to access financing, content that is produced but not effectively distributed or monetized, a growing workforce but gaps in specialized skills, increased demand but limited infrastructure to support scale. And critically, we lack consistent data to guide decisions, measure growth, and attract investment with confidence. This is work ahead of us. To move from a creative sector to a functioning industry, that means focusing on 5 key areas. The first one is financing. We must move beyond fragmented funding towards structured film financing ecosystems, combining public support, private capital, and incentives that unlock sustainable production. The second pillar is infrastructure. From studios to post-production, from regional hubs to shared facilities, infrastructure is what enables scale, efficiency, and competitiveness. The third is skills and capacity. We must invest deliberately in specialized skills from animation and VFX to sound and post aligned with global standards. Ease of doing business is also critical. A competitive industry requires streamlined processes, a one-stop shop approach, and a regulatory environment that is efficient, transparent, and predictable. Data is also critical. Without data, we cannot build systems, or we cannot be able to make the right decisions. Without data, we cannot attract investors. Without data, we cannot measure success. These are not isolated issues. They are interconnected parts of a system. And if we get that system right, everything else begins to move. But structure alone is not enough without trust. This is why certification and accreditation must become a central pillar of our industry's growth. It provides a foundation for standards, professionalism, and accountability. These elements are elements that transform a fragmented sector into a credible, investable industry. In a field where creativity meets technical precision, recognized qualifications ensure that every practitioner, from producers and directors to editors and technicians, operates at a consistent level of competence and quality. This consistency strengthens the credibility of Kenyan productions, not just at home, but in the global marketplace. At the same time, certification embeds a culture of ethical practice. It sets clear expectations around fair labor, intellectual property protection, and responsible storytelling, reducing exploitation, promoting integrity, and protecting everyone involved in the value chain. It also creates a clear pathway for skills development. By aligning training with the industry needs, certification systems help close critical gaps and ensure our workforce evolves alongside technology and global standards. Ultimately, certification and accreditation build trust, from trust to investors, trust from investors, trust from audiences, and trust from collaborators and regulators. And that trust is what unlocks sustainable growth, attracts long-term investment, and positions Kenya's screen industry not just as a creative, but as a competitive, structured, and ready for scale. At Kenya Film Commission, we are committed to playing our role in this shift, to implementing policies as put in place by the government, to advocate for incentives that attract investment, to promote Kenya as a premier filming destination, and to support the growth of talent and enterprise across value chain. But this cannot be done. This cannot be the work of one institution alone. Of course, I'm calling upon each one of us to be involved. It requires alignment. The government to continue enabling the policies that are necessary to run the industry, as well as the infrastructure, private sector to invest and build, the development partners to support sustainable systems, and creatives to think not only as artists, but as builders. I'm happy with the progress we have made at KFC. I'm happy with the progress we have made at KFC. Through the Kenya Film Empowerment Program, the Commission, with support from the national government as well as development partners, specifically GIZ, we continue to empower local filmmakers by providing funding for capacity building opportunities, for training, production, marketing, and distribution of Kenyan content, with approximately 86.8 million already disbursed, and additionally 14.5 million committed this financial year towards strengthening the industry. The Commission has so far empowered hundreds of filmmakers across the country, supporting projects that have created jobs, expanded skills, and increased the number of Kenyan films showcased on regional and international platforms. In addition, our capacity building initiatives have trained and upskilled a growing number of creatives, ensuring that Kenyan talent meets global standards in production, storytelling, and digital innovation. We are also proud to announce significant policy shift within our film empowerment program. The introduction of a dedicated international co-production funding window. This initiative is designed to support ready-to-shoot international productions that already have established global partnerships, thereby enabling Kenyan producers to compete more effectively on a global stage and attract high-value collaborations into the country. This market exists to enable that alignment, to connect ideas to capital, to connect talent to opportunity, and to connect Kenya to the global screen economy. At a time when the country is having important conversations about its future, spaces like this, Kalasha, matters even more because storytelling reminds us not only of where we are going, but what we share as well. Over the coming days, I encourage you to engage deeply, collaborate, challenge assumptions, build partnerships that go beyond this room, because the future of this industry will not be built by intention alone. It will be built through action. And as we take these steps forward, I want to sincerely thank all the sponsors and partners who have come on board to support this initiative. Your commitment is not only enabling this moment, but helping to lay a foundation for the industry we are working to build. I welcome you to Kalasha 2026. So let's get to work. Thank you very much. Allow me now to take this opportunity to invite the chairman of the Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Sudi. Let's appreciate him.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Bwana CEO. Now, before I say anything else, I am part of a team, and if I don't invite them here, then I might be fired. I might be voted out on everything when we next meet. So I'd like to, first of all, just quickly invite my team, the members, the commissioners of the Kenya Film Commission, to please rush here. Just come so that we can be seen by everyone attending this powerful gathering today, please. Now, if you think that these ladies and gentlemen are immaculately dressed today, then you haven't seen them during the gala night. This is just a warning they're giving us. I'll quickly introduce them for the sake of time. The lady on the far right is Dr. Lucia Nzogo. She's a commissioner, an independent commissioner. The next lady is Doris Orure. She represents the Inspector General of Corporations. The next lady is Ilham Taisir, a commissioner, an independent commissioner at the commission. The next gentleman is Mr. Noah Otiende. He is the face of the PS in the meetings of the commission. The next lady is Reverend Naomi Gechemba, an independent commissioner. And last but not least is Dr. Hilary Mulama, and he is also an independent commissioner. Bwana PS, these ladies and gentlemen will be coming to talk to you at your convenience so that we have an even deeper conversation. Thank you very much. Now, please allow me to unleash English in this meeting. Thank you. Now, can be able to proceed. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Governor Emeritus Salim Vuria, the PS, State Department of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, my brother, Fikirini Jacobs, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you today at the opening of the 14th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards. It's a great pleasure that we are all here. And on behalf of the board of the Kenya Film Commission, I warmly welcome all of you to this important gathering that continues to shape and elevate the future of Kenya's film and television industry. I also want to thank all the stakeholders, the partners, and the Commission's board, and of course the management of KFC for delivering yet another impactful edition of Kalasha. Thank you very much. To our international guests, we always say, Karibuni Kenya, Hakuna Matata. We are honored to host you here, and we want to warn you that Kenya is not just a destination. Kenya is a story. Kenya is an experience. It is a story worth telling. Ladies and gentlemen, as a board, we provide strategic direction, governance, and oversight to ensure that we deliver on our mandate as a commission. But beyond that, we are also focused on one clear ambition, and that is to position Kenya not just as a participant in the global film industry, but a competitive and preferred destination for film and production. Of course, this requires very deliberate and forward-looking approach through strengthening institutional capacity, improving service delivery, and remaining responsive to the evolving needs of the global screen sector. And I wish to assure all of you seated here that this remains our guiding vision as a commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the global film industry is highly competitive, and we must continuously sharpen our value proposition. Kenya's strength lies in its diversity. We have diverse locations. We have diverse cultures. We have diverse stories. And we have diverse talent. But more importantly, our strength must be seen in efficiency, reliability, and supportive environment. And that is the one thing we are striving to achieve. Because in today's industry, a great location will always attract attention, but a great experience will secure return. And we are committed to ensuring we give you a great experience through Kalasha. We are therefore enhancing our role as a facilitator, ensuring seamless coordination, clear processes, and a conducive environment for production of films. At the same time, we remain committed to supporting local content. So to our local producers, our message to you is that no nation becomes a global film hub without first believing in its own stories. You guys believe in our own stories, you are telling them, and the commission is here to support you. Ladies and gentlemen, film is more than entertainment. Film is influence. Film is identity. Film is economy. It creates jobs, it attracts investment, it promotes tourism, and contributes to national development. We must therefore approach it not just as an art, but as a business with immense commercial potential. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when we invest in film, we are not just telling stories, we are building industries. And not just industries, but big, impactful industries. We continue to strengthen partnerships with global studios, streaming platforms, distributors, and fellow film commissions to open the markets, enable co-productions, and attract investment in the Kenya's creative economy. My CEO has elaborated on quite a number of initiatives we are doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we grow in this industry, we must recognize the ecosystem that sustains it. And therefore, I cannot finish without acknowledging the various film festivals and awards across the country. We have the Kitale Film Week in Kitale. We have the Women in Film Awards. We have the Mombasa International Film Festival. We have the culture-based NBO Film Festival in Nairobi, and many others. And of course, I can't miss to mention the new kid of the block that is to be launched, I think, today, during this Kalasha, the Embu International Film and Creative Arts Festival. It is joining us. Can we clap for them? That the new kid of the block, they will be telling us when it will be coming up. I further want to recognize the different guilds within the industry, the different associations that tirelessly advocate for growth of the industry, as well as organizations such as the Filmmakers in Kenya, the Female Filmmakers in Kenya Association, FEFCA, whose work in promoting and empowering women in film is both commendable and essential. Ladies and gentlemen, an industry grows when every voice is given space to be heard. And I want to thank the Commission for ensuring that we allow as diverse an ecosystem as possible for each voice to be heard. Kalasha is more than an event. It is a marketplace of ideas. It is a marketplace of partnerships. It is a marketplace of opportunities. It is where stories find partners and where creativity will meet capital. So I want to encourage all participants to fully utilize this platform called Kalasha. For creatives, this is your moment. Tell us your stories boldly and confidently. And for our international partners, this is your opportunity to discover this gem that is called Kenya. The unique stories, diversions, and the growing potential in the talent of this country. If you are looking for fresh narratives, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is where the story begins. Ladies and gentlemen, as a board, we remain committed to building capacity, nurturing talent, and strengthening the whole value chain. We will continue to work closely with government and stakeholders to ensure the right frameworks are in place for sustainable growth of the film industry. In conclusion, I reaffirm our commitment to making Kenya a global hub for film production. This vision is within reach. However, it requires collaboration with all of you. It requires investment, ladies and gentlemen, and it requires a shared commitment by every of our stakeholders seated here. Let us use this platform to build partnerships, unlock opportunities, and position Kenya firmly on the global film map. Because the future of film in Kenya is not something we wait for. It is something we build, and we build together. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful, productive, memorable Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2026. Thank you, and may God bless you instantly. If I was President, the late President Moi, I would have said, now I've said that, but now I have this to say. Then start up the speech afresh. But because I'm not the late President Moi, allow me to take this time, ladies and gentlemen, to invite the PS for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, Mr. Fikirini Jacobs.
Thank you. Thank you, the chairperson of the Kenya Film Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the presence of our Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Salim Mvurya, EGH, all CEOs here present, the chairperson, of course, of the Kenya Film Commission, the commissioners present, all partners of the film and creative economy industry who are here present for this year's Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Award. Dear dignitaries from within the boundaries of our country and beyond, my name is Fikirini Jacobs. I am privileged to serve the administration of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto in the capacity of the Principal Secretary in charge of the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy in the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports. I stand here this morning as a very happy soul that we are all gathered here today, not to discuss and execute anything, but at least give the creative economy some little chance. Gone are days when the creative economy space would appear as a hobby to many people who, after engaging in their dailies, they will create some little time in the course of their hectic programs to dedicate some little time for one or two events that are related to the creative economy sector. But today, 26 years into the 21st century, the creative economy has rather attracted the necessary attention that makes it qualify to be an industry worth our celebration, worth our focus, and worth traveling all the way from many countries across Africa and even beyond to come to Nairobi. Not for any reason, not to go to Masai Mara this time, but to come to KICC for the Kalasha Film Festival. So, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely want to say congratulations to all of you for giving creative economy a chance in your daily lives. We stand here, of course, with our Cabinet Secretary, who's been very, very supportive to the growth of the industry, even in our home soil. And I believe I shared recently in one of the engagements we had that there was a time when a student who gets excellent performance in the KCSE, for the case of Kenya, slightly before the new, the CBE, a student who could get an A, which is equal to exceeding expectations in some countries, and of course, for some levels of our education system in Kenya, would only have a very limited space to choose from. An A student would be channeled towards studying law, towards studying engineering, and maybe medicine. Rarely would you find an A student cover niche for himself or herself in any of the fields in the creative industry. But I'm happy today that we have the most bright of our classrooms also taking part to shape the creative economy industry. As you are aware, this industry has attracted a lot of investment. It is a very serious revenue pathway for many countries, and Kenya is not an exception. And we are committed to pushing limits to invest more so that when we talk about foreign direct investment in infrastructure, in the construction field, Even the social protection sector and the creative economy can equally attract foreign direct investment so that we can really bring out this sleeping giant in the creative economy industry. For far too long, this is a realm that has been fairly uncelebrated, but we can see the changes. And I know this is a collective journey that all of us here and beyond needs to put our focus and attention to the growth and institutionalization of the industry. The fact that I am the PS for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy shows for a fact that Kenya as a country has a structured creative economy in our governance system, in our administrative system, to be able to last. And that is why we are here today, so that we can celebrate, those of us talented, creative in the film industry, but even far beyond, those in other streams within creative economy, which collaboratively work together to see that we uplift the value of this economy. As you're aware, ladies and gentlemen, my boss is right present. And protocol demands that I do not speak a lot. So I wish to stop there. I promise that we will be together for the remaining few days, and we encourage you and your many friends who are left behind to please tell them if this is just the opening, then there is much more to experience for the remaining few days until Saturday. So allow me to stop at this and take this opportunity, with all due respect, to invite to stage the Honorable Salim Vuria, EGH, our Cabinet Secretary, to come and make his statement and also take time to officially open the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Salim Vuria. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. We can take our seats. Thank you very much. The Principal Secretary, Jacob Fikirini, who is in charge of Youth Affairs and Creative Economy, and the youngest PS within the administration of His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the Chair of the Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Sudi Wadambusi, the CEO, Mr. Timo Wase, the commissioners, directors here present, other CEOs of different agencies, all delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a great honor to be here. It's a great honor to join you at this 14th edition of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards. Allow me at the earliest opportunity to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Kenya Film Commission and stakeholders for successfully organizing this important international event under the stewardship of the Commission and the Management Board. Your dedication to advancing Kenya's film and television industry continue to position our country as a serious player on the global creative stage. To all our international delegates and partners who have traveled from across the continent and beyond, I take this opportunity on behalf of the government of Kenya to welcome you to Kenya and to say that this country is very rich in diversity. Diversity of our culture, diversity of our landscape, and therefore you have a lot of stories, and we are also delighted to host you. It is only in this country where you find strategic positioning of the Indian Ocean, and therefore if you want to shoot a film in the Indian Ocean, you have an opportunity. If you want to do it in the seventh wonder, in Masai Mara, you will have the opportunity. If you want to do it in Mount Kenya and the Lake region and the Rift Valley, you will get different diversity. And therefore, we want to welcome you. And we also want to encourage that your stay here becomes productive and memorable. And make sure you experience the magical Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kalasha International Film and TV market has been growing steadily to become one of the biggest and most influential platforms for the film and television industry in Africa. It brings together leading stakeholders, innovators, creatives, and decision makers, creating a unique space for industry dialogue, policy exchange, collaboration, and the showcasing of innovation within the global screen sector. This year's edition, properly themed around innovation, reinventing storytelling one frame at a time, is both timely and visionary. It challenges us to rethink how we tell our stories, how we preserve our heritage, and how we leverage on innovation to reach global audiences. The diversity of participants gathered here today, including local and international film and television professionals, buyers and distributors, demonstrate the growing significance of this platform. The Kalasha Market Exhibition, alongside the conferences, workshops, provide invaluable opportunities for networking, learning, and business development. Ladies and gentlemen, as a ministry, we recognize that the growth of the creative economy does not happen by chance. It requires deliberate policy formulation, strategic investment, and strong institutional support. And this is why, as a Minister of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, we remain firmly committed to nurturing and monetizing creative talents across the country. We are advancing a robust policy and legislative framework to unlock the full potential of this sector. At the center of this effort is the Creative Economy Bill 2026, which is a landmark piece of legislation designed to formalize, support, and regulate the creative industry. This comprehensive bill proposes the establishment of key institutions that will transform the sector. And among them is the Kenya Audiovisual and Cinema Commission, which will be responsible for promotion, as well as the Kenya Audiovisual Regulatory Authority, which will oversee regulation and licensing. In addition, this bill introduces critical funding and incentive mechanisms, and these include the Creative Industry Development Fund, which will provide grants and financial support to creatives. It also proposes a creative voucher system to facilitate access to training, equipment, and capacity building. Through these interventions, we are laying a firm foundation to position Kenya as a sub-Saharan hub for film and content creation. Ladies and gentlemen, the creative economy is the next frontier of economic growth. It holds immense potential to create jobs, generate income, and empower the youth of our country. It is also very, very central to the realization of our bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We must therefore challenge our creatives to take up this space boldly, to innovate, to collaborate, and to tell authentic African stories that resonate globally. Across the world, the creative economy is expanding at an extraordinary pace, and Kenya is well positioned to take advantage of this momentum. Already our creative sector is contributing 5% to the national economy. And remember, 5% is within a sector which is not properly organized. As we go forward with the legal framework and the policy formulation, we know that this creative economy can power our national economy, and therefore the youthful, the highly skilled, and digital connection population have an opportunity in the creative sector. This growing ecosystem, therefore, presents a unique opportunity to transform creative economy to be a stable source of livelihood, while also amplifying Kenya's cultural footprint on the global stage. Globally, the creative economy is projected to account for at least 10% share of economic output by 2030, and this presents a clear call to action for Kenya and the continent to position itself as a global leader, both within the continent and beyond. To realize this ambition, we must invest across the entire value chain, from nurturing talent at the grassroots, through training institutions and digital skills programs, to strengthening production capacity in film, music, and expanding access to markets through festivals, digital platforms, and e-commerce channels that connect our creatives to the world. The Kenya Film Commission has set a good example by organizing Kalasha Market, and we couldn't be much prouder than today. And therefore, as a government, we are taking deliberate steps to elevate the creative sector into a structured and sustainable industry. This includes investing in modern infrastructure, strengthening intellectual property, protection, and creative pathways for creatives to earn and grow from their work. And on this front, we've already gazetted draft regulations that are going to be lucrative for this sector. Our goal is very clear: to shift the perception of the creative economy from a side pursuit to a serious, thriving economic pillar. We must challenge our creatives to step into this space with confidence, to innovate, to collaborate, and to share authentic African stories that resonate far and beyond our borders. At the same time, institutions such as the Kenya Film Commission must continue to raise their level of ambition. There is an urgent need to intensify the promotion and marketing of Kenya, both locally and internationally, as a premier filming destination. We must also do more to promote and distribute local content so that Kenyan stories can find their rightful place on global platforms. The vision of making Kenya a global hub for film production is achievable, but it requires coordinated efforts, strategic partnerships, and sustained investment. In this regard, I wish to acknowledge the critical role played by the State Department for Youth Affairs and Creative Economy under the youthful PS Jacob Fikirini, which has also been able to create a much more latitude and enabling environment and providing the necessary oversight to ensure that policies and programs are effectively implemented for the benefit of the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we look forward to the culmination of this event, we are particularly excited about the Kalasha Awards Gala Dinner scheduled for 2nd of May. This red carpet event continues to celebrate excellence in the industry, recognize the outstanding achievements of our creatives. The Kalasha Awards have increasingly gained international recognition and are often compared to the Oscars, a testament to the growing stature of Kenya's film industry on the global stage. This is a moment of pride for our country and a clear indication that we are moving in the right direction. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm the Ministry's unwavering commitment to supporting the growth and sustainability of the creative economy. We will continue to provide strong policy leadership, invest in talent development, modernize infrastructure, and strengthen regulatory framework to ensure that the sector thrives. Let us therefore seize this moment to innovate, to collaborate, and to elevate Africa's storytelling to new heights. Before I make the declaration for today, I also want to say that the government of Kenya has also made a firm commitment to work within a framework of a whole government approach. If you look at our education system right now, the curriculum-based education training, it has a lot of opportunity to begin issues of creative economy from the school level. And therefore, as a ministry, we are working with the Ministry of Education so that we can harness this potential from the grassroots. And training and capacity building is a very key component of this journey. And in this front, we have already approved 50 million to the Kenya Film School so that they can begin to empower themselves, begin to upgrade their infrastructure so that we can have professional training on matters film in this country. If you also look at this creative economy, it also thrives within a larger economic ecosystem. It inspires tourism, it inspires investments, it inspires many of the facets of our economy, including the small, medium, micro enterprises. And therefore, it is our wish as government that going forward, we need to bring more players on board so that filming is just a catalyst to bring other sectors of the economy to life, and this is what we need to do going forward. What is also important in this journey is to look at this sector positively. Now that we are putting a very serious commitment on matters policy and legislation, it is also important that stakeholders in this sector look at content creation on matters positive stories. If you go online today, you will see a lot of content, but most of it is negative politics. It does not bring the enthusiasm, it doesn't bring the inspiration that this industry is supposed to create. And therefore, I want to advise stakeholders, and mostly youth in this sector. In this creative economy, content creation, filming, you have an opportunity to make sure that this is part of your livelihood. I'm sure there are many of you in the evening, after news, you watch content from different countries, from Mexico, from other countries, and I don't want to say much, but there are many people who are glued to the screen because they don't want to miss an episode. That is the kind of content creation that we wish the Kenyan youth and many other stakeholders to create. Not content creation and filming where you are looking at people who abuse the other person and make it part of your content creation. I think going forward, let us handle this sector in a much more positive manner, because as government, we also want this to be a source of investment in our country and also a source of livelihood for those who have been in this sector. And I'm sure there are big names internationally. When they are mentioned, people remember, even the chairman, they remember their days. When you mention Arnold Schwarzenegger, James Bond, and many others, I can see our dear ladies here are also reflecting. We want the same even today, where content creation creates history, but also creates a bond with your livelihood, so that when you are a filmmaker, you grow that sector, to become part of your livelihood, not doing it like just a hobby or for fun. And that is why for us, putting the law in place, putting the correct policy, will create an enabling environment which will be very critical as we move forward. And even now, as we speak in this very important conference, we are also modeling sports and content creation and creative economy to be part of an ecosystem that relate to each other, because we are also looking at sports as a commercial entity, not sports as a fanatic and entertainment. We want it also to be part of our commercial enterprises. And therefore, when we are looking at sports in that manner, we also bring on board creative economy to support this particular sector, as well as inspiring many, many other sectors that are going to come. And in that respect, I know in the next 2 weeks, we will have a very big summit here in Nairobi, which brings Africa and the French together. And during that international conference, we have also provided room for the creative economy to be a key component of this discussion. And therefore, that is the commitment that we are bringing. And therefore, we want to urge and encourage you, to now begin to look at filmmaking, content creation as a new frontier, because that is where we are moving into. With those many remarks, I want to take this opportunity to wish you a successful and impactful Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards, and I'm sure it's going to be very exciting. And with those many remarks, I want to take this opportunity to humbly declare this festival officially open. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable Cabinet Secretary, if I may request that you remain on stage. Asante sana. As I invite the other dignitaries for the official photo opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, please let's give another round of applause to our chief guest this morning, Honorable Salim Mvurya, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, for those remarks. Joined now by the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports, Mr. Fikirini Jacobs Katoi Kahindi, and Mr. Sudi Wanda Busi, Chairperson, Kenya Film Commission, as well as the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Timothy Owase, MBS. All right, may we please have the board members from the Kenya Film Commission please join on stage. Board members. My fellow members of the Fourth Estate, do we rearrange? You can get them all in one frame? Yes? Are we all satisfied? We have the pictures? Yes? You're saying we film? Yeah, you're being told you can do a film. We're at the film market, guys. Where are the videographers, the content creators? Let's take the videos. We can make a whole film out of this. You're absolutely right. All right, so are we okay? Yes? Asanteni sana. To our distinguished guests, dignitaries, and of course the board members, Grace from KFC will be leading you to have a walkthrough. You will be led by Grace through the exhibition stands to see what it is that we have to offer when people come for the Kenya Film Commission. Wapigeni makofi basi as they exit the hall room and make their way to experience what the Kalasha Film Market is all about. All right, now I see some of you are also leaving the room. For the rest of the delegates, we have a conversation starting now. As you are all aware, the film market is about different conversations surrounding what's happening in the creative industry here in Kenya. And we are ready for our very first discussion. And now we begin the next part of the program. Now, as the global media landscape continues to evolve, African creatives are increasingly being challenged to adapt to changing technologies, shifting audiences, and of course emerging platforms, different methods of storytelling. And our first session explores exactly that, storytelling in the age of disruption, what the future of film means for African creatives. This conversation will examine how African storytellers will remain culturally authentic while navigating rapid technological and industry transformation. Moderating this session is a respected voice within the TV, radio, and film media space. Please put your hands together for Jeff Mote. You are not Jeff Mote. Welcome. Okay. All right. Okay. So what's your name? Linda. Okay, you'll just say you're stepping in for Jeff.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, because I know there's so many people watching, but obviously I'm not Jeff, right? My name is Linda Koskei. I'm a broadcast journalist, a communications strategist, as well as a communications advisor. But well, I would never want to get you bored right here. I want everyone to be upstanding. Let's all be upstanding. Let's all be upstanding. Let's all be upstanding. I love the way the CEO of Kenya Film Commission, the way he says, welcome to Kalasha World. And that's what I want us to do, to amplify this information. Welcome to Kalasha World. And so with energy and zeal, right? Yeah? Which camera should we look at? Director? Director? That one? If there's any camera where you see this, that one, just say, welcome to the home of Kalasha. In 3, 2, 1. Welcome to? I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. That was just practicing. So let's do this again. Welcome to the Kalasha world. Let's say it without shouting. Welcome to the Kalasha world. Welcome to the Kalasha world. Welcome to the Kalasha world. In 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the Kalasha world. Thank you so much, everyone. A big, hearty clap for everyone who's been here. Thank you so much for creating time. Well, Thank you so much for creating time to be part of this conversation today. I know a lot has been happening in the industry, but well, this is a panel discussion that you would never want to miss because it's really happening on time. And we're talking about storytelling in an era of disruption. Yeah? How many content creators do we have here today? By show of hands. By show of hands. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I can see you. I can see some that have not even raised their hands. I can see some. Well, welcome to the 14th edition of Kalasha International Festival. And today we are going to talk about what is the future of film? How does it look, right? And before I call the panelists, let me try to engage you just for a moment. Just for a moment, as we are planning to have this conversation. There are so many things that we've seen that has evolved in this particular industry. And what is that one thing that you would say has brought you here today? Who will go first? I'll give you the mic. Who will go first? What is that one thing that you've seen evolving so far and you're so curious about it and looking forward for my panelists to talk about? Yes? Yes? Ah, perfect. Now we have someone right there at the back. Do you have the mic there? Perhaps you can pass him the mic. Yes, right there. The mic is coming to you. Right there. On your left or on your left, right. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Kevin Mwiga. I'm an emerging filmmaker. What I've seen grow so fast is artificial intelligence and the digital space being used for filmmaking and the shift from cameras to smartphone filmmaking. Yes.
Wow, a hearty clap to him. Thank you so much. I'm absolutely sure that everyone is so curious to learn about that, and we have all the industry players when it comes to that particular sector, and they'll be dissecting that particular topic because we're talking about disruptions in the era of storytelling, right? There's a lot of platforms that we have been seeing, many people giving their stories, right? In the film industry. But now, what are the disruptions that they've seen so far? We've seen so many podcasts. We've seen so many films that are they're very good productions. I'm sure you've seen most of them. But well, what are those disruptions and how to navigate that? And that sets the basis for our conversation today. We are going to be speaking about that. You're ready for us? Well, not yet. Let me just take you through some of the things that we'll be having in this particular discussion. Government policy and the creative economy. And that we are talking about building an enabling environment for Kenya's film industry. That is just one of the topics. Again, we'll be talking about brand, media strategy, and the business of African storytelling. Well, another thing that we'll be talking about in this particular panel is building a Pan-African film ecosystem, distribution, access, and the full value chain. Also in the discussion, we'll be talking about the global lens. We know there are many productions so far that are global. Even as much as they're right here in Kenya, we have them in the global platform. The global lens are co-productions, international markets, and the language of archer cinema. Also in the panel, we'll be having intentional storytelling. That is the African identity, heritage, and Pan-African creative collaborations. And well, where will we go from here? Amid this discussion, after we've talked about this, what will be your take homes? I bet if we'll get some time, we'll also get some questions from the audience just to engage with our panelists today and get to answer some of the questions that you're curious about when you're coming in here. And I think our guys are ready. Are you ready? well, even as they are preparing themselves, at the end of this session, we are hoping to really have a better understanding, a sharper understanding of how disruption, AI, streaming capital, mobile technology is affecting Kenya's film industry. Also, other things that we'll be talking about is clarity on the commercial and policy levers available. And later on, during the second panel, there's also a discussion on the infrastructure. What are the infrastructures that should be put in place when you are beginning in this particular industry? And not even just for beginners, for everyone, for all the stakeholders. It's called community infrastructure, and that means pulling together resources available. Are we ready for our next panel? Thank you so much, Amina. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our first panelist, that is Zuhura Odhiambo, founder and CEO, New Revenue Solutions Africa. A better hand clap for Zuhura. Zuhura is, she wears so many hats. Zuhura, you wear so many hats. Thank you for being part of this discussion today. Thank you for joining us. I wonder whether we still have our PS. Is our PS still available? But well, we have also Omondi, who is the founder and CEO, Different Dimension Production. Everyone, help me welcome him. Thank you so much also for creating time to be with us here today. We also have Rogerio. Is Rogerio here? Do we have you? Did I slaughter and murder your name? Thank you so much. Everyone help me welcome Rogerio Boo, filmmaker, screenwriter, and director. He will be telling us later on if I really massacred his name. Thank you so much. A handy clap for him as he joins us. Thank you, Rogerio. Well, I'm just a Kipsigis girl. What do you know? Oh my God, now I've learned something. Welcome, Rogerio. Well, we also have Tariro Washe, who's the filmmaker and managing director, Meso Maviri. Do we have him? Wow, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for being part of this discussion, and you're looking so beautiful. Thank you so much for joining us here today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into it. Well, I think, Tarira, since you're just seated next to me, we can begin with you. Perhaps we can just do a round of a quick intro for our panelists. Kindly introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. I'm excited to be here in Kenya. So I'm Tariro Washe. I'm a filmmaker from Zimbabwe. I am the managing director of Alkebulan Studios, which is a production company in Zimbabwe. And recently I've been nominated to be, I'm part of the board of the National Arts Council in Zimbabwe. So yeah, glad to be here.
Thank you so much. Rogerio?
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm Rogerio Boo. I'm filmmaker, scriptwriter, and director in Brazil. Also, I'm CEO of Tabu Films. We're a company that specializes in development. So I came from advertising industry, and I migrate to audiovisual because I think it's a really powerful tool to entertain and transform people. That's my purpose of life. I have, several prizes, Silver Lion in Cannes, Grand Prix in El Ojo, and also one of my scripts is Top 100 in Hollywood now, over 10,000 submissions, and it's a pleasure to be here because for me, Africa is the future of storytelling. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rogerio, also.
Good afternoon. My name is Osoro Mundi. I am a Pan-African film producer, director, distributor, and a consultant in the African film space. Thank you. I'm looking forward to interacting with all of you.
Thank you so much. Also, now we go to Zuhura.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zuhura Odhiambo. I'm the chair of the Marketing Society of Kenya and also the CEO for New Revenue Solutions Africa. I'm very excited on the landscape, and previously I've been able to position Kenya as a film destination for production, and I'm excited to be here. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Zuhura. I know that intro, you've really humbled yourself because I know you so well and you wear so many hats. So let me begin with you. When you're talking about strategy, because we want to put Kenya on the global map. Well, Kenya is already in the global map, but well, what are those strategies in place that really needs to be there to foster sustainability in this particular industry?
Thank you so much for that. I would say without strategy, you would not be able to sell anything, even in the filmmaking, that you have to be very, very clear about what kind of film do you want, who is it for, how is it going to be put, and how am I going to distribute it? Because again, please do not produce films without the monetization perspective about it. But from a strategic point of view, it's interesting. The other day I had an opportunity to sit down with the Kenya Wildlife Service. And for example, I would tell you, when we sat down, it was more how they market better. And that is the country's wildlife perspective. And one of our key pillars that we'd actually look for is storytelling. And storytelling under the conservation pillar. And because then they would have conservation, they would have tourism, they would have revenue, which is on how they pay the ticket for the parks. And that was strategy in itself. So Kenya is at a good place to be able to sell itself better. I'm excited that, was it the day before yesterday? We were all celebrating Sawe. Did you know there was a story? Right now, every person is producing that story about Sawe. We never knew until he ran the London Marathon. And can you imagine how everybody is looking to be able to watch, understand, and know much more about him. And so is Adidas that has taken advantage of their brand on the story for the winner of the London Marathon. So if we can be able, as a country, we have opportunity to be able to sell us and be able to even position us in what we have, to position ourselves as a film destination, definitely we have to create a strategy on how we'll do it, and whether it's tourism, whether it's the business, whether it's the Silicon Savannah, that we have our Konza that is there to show how we are the epicenter of technology in Africa. Again, it can never be done better without it really being produced and the story being told well. Wow. So definitely a lot for Kenya, but how would we tell our story better and have a good strategy around it?
Mm-hmm. Wow, a hearty clap for Zuhura for that. Because even as we celebrate Sawe, we have to also celebrate the people who have really made sure that this got to us. It's the filmmakers, right? They filmed that and it got to us. And now when it comes to distribution of even this information, dissemination of this information, or even to move further and invest globally, there are different distribution gaps. And let me come to you also. When it comes to distribution gaps, we have very many successful filmmakers in the country, creators in the country, but now there is a big gap. Why are they not making sales?
I'd say film is a business, and until you treat it with the same rigorous economic principle as agriculture, mining, or telecommunication, we're setting ourselves up for failure. And the central economic principle is very easy. It's audience equals revenue. So the thing is, you can create the best film, have the best premiere in the country, in the city, but at the end of it all, your film doesn't get to be seen by the ordinary Kenyan, let alone the people from other countries. So distribution for me is just part of the things that we can't ignore. Like, distribution is not something we will start after making our films. This distribution literally advises on where the film will go, who will watch it, how much it will be. So I think it's something that we need to really emphasize on. And I think like structural fixes matter the most. I believe that more screens, more non-traditional exhibitions is something that we need to channel on. I think that at the helm of everything else is also understanding the business of film, because at the end of the day, we need to make money with our films. As she said, if you don't have a strategy, don't make the film. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much also. Also deserves a hearty clap, right? Thank you, thank you. And let me come to you, Rogerio. First of all, you're an award-winning filmmaker, scriptwriter. Before he even starts speaking, let's give him his flowers. Yeah? A better one.
Thank you.
And I really have one question that has been on my mind. What do audience really hunger for? Because now at this point, you really know what people really like. What do people really hunger for in this era of disruption?
Just to start, I think disruption is not new to us. In Brazil and across Africa, we are always creating under disruption, economic, political, structural too. And what people want to watch it is original films, in my opinion, and thinking about just what they said, as a filmmaker, you must have clear about your vision, what you want to say, also the aesthetic, how you're going to show it, and you must need to have a strategy to see what the people that you want to talk about. And for me, what people want to watch it is new perspectives. That's why I think Latin America and also Africa has a really powerful moment, you know, to instead of to adapt to disruption, but how we're going to lead this disruption, because the world now is looking to our reality. I can see in Brazil, you know, a few years ago, our cinema was building up, and now we last year we won Oscar, we won Berlinale, we won Cannes. This year we won Crystal Bear in Berlinale too, and what is important is you have to understand not to be generic or to imitate, you know, other narratives. You need to have your own narrative, you know, your local narrative. And if you do with emotional truth, you can get the global audience. But don't try to be generic and imitate the others. Bring your originality, your authenticity, and your own perspective. I think this is the most important thing, in my opinion. And if you have a strategy, you have your own voice, and you have, you know, also the aesthetic, if you do properly, you're going to get your audience, you know. It's just to do the job properly, in my opinion.
Wow, thank you so much, Rogerio. Rogerio really deserves a clap for that. Thank you, thank you so much, Rogerio. And let me come to you, Tariro, now. And actually later on, we should be having a film made and produced by Tariro, and we'll be looking forward to that right after this particular session. Are you excited about that? Well, I am. And so, Tariro, there's a lot that happens when it comes to storytelling. Even it's being used as a political tool, right? So how then should people navigate that and make it more intentional when it comes to even putting the Kenyan image out there?
I think absolutely, firstly, that film is used as a political tool. It's a soft power. I mean, we've seen how over the years, we've seen the might of the American army, and all of us, and all that has all come through Hollywood and the power of narrative, hey. And so I think it's very important that in our storytelling, in our reclaiming our narrative, we're intentional of how we want to portray the image of not only each country, Kenya, Zimbabwe, but Africa as a whole. Yeah.
Wow. And when it comes to, let me still stick with you for a moment. When it comes to the African narrative, is there a difference? What is the distinct difference when you look at African stories being told and African stories being told elsewhere? Because I remember there's a time Lupita Nyong'o actually turned down a deal because she said she was being depicted as a character that she did want to perform. What is your take on that?
I think perspective is important, and I think it's when the West tells our stories, they're telling it from their perspective. I mean, think about Blood Diamond. I was having a conversation earlier, and how that's actually a story of an African man, but when it came out, it was more a story from the Western perspective, and I believe that it's important to have our narrative out there, because that's what frames people's image. That's what of Africa. I mean, think about all the movies that have been shown about Africa. Everybody wants to go to New York, and I went to New York to Times Square for the first time because of the movies. Then when I got there, I was like, oh, is this it? But that's it. Like, it's our perspective helps shape an understanding of our narrative, and it's important because it helps to multiply the story. If multiple stories are being told and aspects of a narrative are being told, there's broader understanding of that than a single narrative going out there.
Wow. And I saw you nodding, Zura, when it came to that conversation. Now let's talk about home right here in Kenya. When it comes to market analytics, from your own perspective, do you think our very own right here in the country are looking at the market analytics by the time they want to explore further? What is that gap that they should identify when it comes to market analytics? Sorry.
It's critical. I mean, they say that data is the new oil in every other element on whatever we are doing, and where businesses are, and even where producers are, filmmakers. You really have to get that. First of all, yes, there is a gap in the context of not everybody has been used to doing that, and not everybody has understood the power of what that is. You'd understand that you could have a production done, and when you put it out, you realize how many people had been waiting on it, and also because then it was the right target audience. So if I got the market analytics telling me this is the kind of production that is required to this particular people, whether it's on whether it's determining the genre of it, or whether it's determining the targets, and then I plan around it, then you're sure that immediately it's out, the uptake is really taken well. Now, when you ignore the market analytics, not being able to understand your market, then where will the product go, which is what you're setting at the end of the day. So it's clear that now, and if you realize, and that's also with the AI coming into space, it's making it easier, for the producers to be able to use that. And even at the same time, it's even easier, even from a marketing world, we are definitely selling products through production. We can see good conversations that have been even to your likes of ABSA, where they talk about storytelling, and it's about your story matters. Who are they targeting for their banking services? How do they then put that advert to be out there? So they have got the analytics they've looked into, understood. So by the time they are briefing production to be done, they are very clear. And then the uptake onto the ROI mix, who is the uptake taking the product after watching what they have to check, and even realizing that Kenyans and even Africa, we now are moved more emotionally. So the emotive advertising has come in, and so maybe are the other sets onto even the filming on any production. It's more about how does it touch me? Where am I feeling? What can I watch more? Now, that is because we then went into market, we analyzed, we got that, then now we create what we need.
I think it's one of the key aspects. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Zuhura, for that. And now when it comes to, let me come back to you also, because Dimension Production and Enter Studios really are dealing with sort of a 360 agenda where there is distribution, production, and also audience access. So now, how do you navigate the changes happening in this particular area and to ensure that everything that is in that particular industry is working in tandem?
Thank you for that question. I think minerals, agricultural produce, and our stories for a very long time has been exported, then brought back to us, packaged in premium content, and then we pay exorbitant prices for them. I think it's about time we start telling our stories from our own perspective. And there's something that I tend to say, I like to say, Africa is not a small Hollywood. Africa has 54 countries. Africa has 1.5 billion people. If you think about Hollywood, you know the numbers, it's like 1 million, 2 million people in LA. So I think it's about time we restructure how we do co-productions in Africa. Like, I'm thinking about service production versus co-productions. For a very long time, we've just been a service producer as a continent. Like Kenya has been known to provide locations. We have been known to provide labor that is cheap. But it's about time for us to be the storytellers, tell the stories from our own perspectives. And when most people speak about building up an African film economy, they think about film schools, they think about film studios, they think about distribution platforms, but at the bottom of it all, there is an elementary truth that no industry can unify if its people cannot move. If I cannot come from Kenya and go film in Tanzania because of the long visa processes, we have a long way to go.
Yeah, well, but then I'm curious, from your own perspective, I know the end game for everything is getting the audience and the money, but now do you look at that when it comes to production? What's the key thing when it comes to production? Is it the money factor? Is it the extent at which it will get to? What is the first instinct that you want when you're producing?
Film is a business. That is just it. Whenever I'm looking at it from a business perspective. There are executive producers who have given their money, they want their returns. Execs only understand the business of film. They only understand money. What are the risks? What are the rewards? And how much revenue am I making from it? So what I consider is just treating it as a telco industry, as any other business, and observing the basic principles.
Yeah. Wow, good answer right there. Thank you so much also. And Rogerio, let's just speak from where also has left on production and that filmmaking is a business. Let's talk about co-production. Is it an aspect that you would say would foster this industry and this ecosystem further?
Oh, indeed. You can see all the big films, especially in independent industry, they are built with co-productions. This is a really important agreement. I'm going to tell you that I'm really happy. I just saw in the Kenya Film Commission, like a meeting with the Brazilian embassy. I really hope that, is coming agreement for co-production between Brazil and Kenya. We also have already with Nigeria and also South Africa, which means that Kenya is going to be the third country, and especially I think Africa and Latin America should do co-productions, especially because historically we are marginalized. And now it's our turn, to lead the new cinema in the world, this new phase in this disruption era. So it's really important to have co-production. And for me, co-production is not just about financing. It's also about financing, but also is about translating two words, two different cultures, what is similar, what is different. Just for you to understand, I'm anticipating, in a way, I hope that this agreement is coming. I'm shooting a film here. I'm also a mentor in script writing in Film Fapi Academy, Youth Film Platform Africa. I support this, to the youth here. and we are doing this exchanging already. And the film that you're gonna shoot in the next weeks is about this, you know. It's a Kenyan film, but however, the audience in Brazil, when it's gonna watch it, is gonna say, oh, but could be in Brazil. Do you know what I'm saying? And in the same thing that is going to happen with Brazil, so many countries in Latin America and in Africa will connect with that story, which expand our audience in a way. So for me, co-production is about to support and to finance and also to get money. But also is a connection between cultures. This is really powerful too. Do you know what I'm saying? And for example, the Brazilian government supports our cinema. Each one real, which is our currency in Brazil, that the government invests is returning 7 reais and 50 coins, which is like a 700% of, you know, back into the government. In my opinion, as well, the government here should be agreements with co-production and also support, you know, financing, not just the industry, but also the storyteller, that person that is sitting there and need money to develop his own script. Do you know what I'm saying? You need to support not only the industry, but also storytellers, filmmakers, and etc., you know, to grow up the industry. This is what, for example, in UK, all the lottery, all the money from the lottery goes to support the British cinema. You know, this is the way, is how the world does, and, you know, and all the co-productions that you are doing. For example, one of my features films, we have the first one already with Colombia, hopefully in Kenya too. And the second one, we are doing co-production with Italy. Why not to do, you know, between Latin America and also Africa?
Wow, and where you've just left that question, I'll come to Taribo, because we are talking about culturally rooted stories. And you have one of the films, Gonarezu. Did I spell it right? Yeah. When it comes to that has gone so far as to the continental market. How was it? How was it navigating through? And what are some of the take-homes you can even share with the industry players here?
I think I'll answer that, going back to Oso and how you spoke about our minerals and all of that, exporting it. And I think, and being the bottom line is business, right? But I think for us to value minerals is knowing the value of the gem, right? And I think we as storytellers need to understand and realize that our value is our originality, the authenticity of our stories. And so with Gonare Jo, I feel like the more, even with collaborations, the human experience is a shared experience, isn't it? And the more authentic you are as a storyteller, the easier it is for people to relate. So I think authenticity, and that's what helped Gonare Jo go as far as it did. It's the key. Authenticity is the key, to be authentic storytellers, unapologetic about how we experience our lives as African and how we tell stories. Because if we think about it, the storytelling originated in Africa, right? Around fires. The story of origin is an African story. So originality and authenticity is what will take us far.
Yeah, but are you seeing growth in regards to that? Because I know many of the industry players say that, let me just try with just the African market with fear of penetrating into the global market. How is the trend so far?
Well, I can only speak from my experience, and with Gonare Jo, it was well received. I mean, I premiered at the Pan-African Film Festival in Los Angeles, and it won Best Film. And that alone shows that it's authenticity is key. You know, anyone, as long as you're an authentic people, I think the viewers and the audience is becoming a lot more sensitive, and they're able to see what's authentic and what's not. They're sensitive viewers and more educated viewers, and people want authenticity.
And has this helped with the Afrofuturism when we talk about that? Because we've seen countries, different countries coming together to build this ecosystem. We've seen Kenya, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and many other countries. Has this really helped to build this industry?
I think there's a lot of room to grow. I think we're starting, but there's lots of room. The current production, we're going to see a trailer of it after this. It was a collaboration that I did between Zimbabwe, Rwanda, but it had 7 countries. It had Kenya, Senegal, South Africa, Uganda, Zimbabwe, Senegal. There were 7 countries. I can't remember all of them right now.
Yes.
But I think there's a lot of room for more growth and more collaboration. I think we need to be intentional. I think policymakers in our countries need to be intentional in realizing and seeing the value that the narrative and film has. And you know, we had a conversation earlier with also about AU and what the work that they're doing and the possibility of there's the audiovisual commission that started, I think it's in Kenya, and the AU has a lot to do, but then also was telling me that the problem is that whoever brings the money has the power. Hey, at the end of the day, whoever has the gold makes the rules. So we need to be able to finance our own films, and I think in the different countries where collaboration comes from each country and not looking outside for funding, that's the key, seeing the value of our stories.
Yeah. Can I throw that to you as well, Zuhura, when it comes to collaborations like this, Afrofuturism, where Kenya and the rest of the countries like Zimbabwe, Rwanda, Senegal are coming together to be one system, to market Africa as a brand and not as a single or an individual country. Will that make any difference when it comes to Kenya and its status right now?
First of all, it's being able to know the new word is collaboration from competition. Because before, there was always a focus of why this person does that and the other person doing that. Now, we've also realized that with digitalization, we've become one small globe, as you could say that. Better still within Africa. Every other time, many leaders have stood and said Africa is rising. And as a commercial expert, I would like to say, how is it rising with you? Of course, seeing that we definitely have our biggest investment within the median age of the younger Africa, the youth at 19. What does that mean? Now, if we do not collaborate, you will be amazed. I think the first time that Africa felt more of the collaboration was during COVID. Yeah? I mean, it's to even tell you that even Kenya, under the tourism platform, our #1 country that gives us the most number of visitors is Uganda. So you can imagine where we even then encourage the regional travelers to tap in, and we are forever selling the bigger narrative of a visa-less Africa. So even as we drive that, it will help us more. Now it's more also to understand how are we enabling the whole of the African continent to ensure that they are all thinking business. And if they're thinking business, then some policies or regulations have to be looked into. For example, if you're collaborating with Rwanda or collaborating with Uganda in saying the better story of how Rwanda, I mean, the other day I think I was watching back when Rwanda was celebrating their anniversary and looking back on what happened to the genocide. We would never have known that story better if there was no filming that was done. And it's amazing, again, I got to have a feel of it again when one of our very own Jeff Koinange talked about how then he went into cover while then he was it CNN or something? And his story around that, we will never have gotten, even believed that he covered it, if nobody covered him, taking our story. And after listening to some of those are the stories we are keeping in the archives for our great-grandchildren who are not yet even here. And the story will be through filming. So you can imagine in Africa, if we can carry the collaboration and forget the bigger part of thinking we are different, then we are literally rising with Africa, because it's where all eyes are set on. So encouragement is on into seeing that we are real brothers and sisters. We are loving the difference of everything we have, our culture, and that we should celebrate. In fact, in storytelling, it's the best told story about understanding our different cultures and even how we just love them. So collaboration is the way on business, and film is actually the main vehicle to be used to put that together.
It needs concerted efforts to drive it. Thank you so much, Zuhura. And now let me come to you also, and let's talk about the era of AI. Has it, I know, it's a big conversation. But now, can we talk about how it has disrupted the system? Would you say as an industry stakeholder, has it disrupted the sector? How much has it disrupted it? And has it paved way for lack of authenticity in the system?
I think that AI is here to stay, and unfortunately we have to deal with that. As an industry, I was having a conversation with Zuhura. Something has to give for something else to happen. She's in the marketing space and advertising, and I was saying how we've lost revenue because I can't take more people on sets anymore. Ads are being generated in the offices, and I'm like, there's people who are losing. But at the end of it all, since it's here to stay, the question is, how do we incorporate our workflows to move in tandem with AI? So I believe like the same way in the Kenyan education system, when calculators were introduced in schools, it was a big thing. People were saying that kids are going to be stupid, right? But at the end of it all, right now, it's something that is in the system. So I think we just need to find ways to protect ourselves in terms of AI needs to be governed. Because I believe when AI was being created, they didn't have Africans in mind. We were supposed to be test subjects. It is just my thoughts, and that's it. Yeah. So I feel like
Did we succumb?
In this age of digital disruption, I feel like we've succumbed to it, but we have to get a way of living with it. Because if you look at the data again, data is king. Kenya is consuming the most ChatGPT in the entire world. Everyone is on ChatGPT, answering emails, asking stupid questions. How am I feeling today? Oh, I'm going through a breakup. These are things that are happening, right? So I feel like it is part of the system, and we just need to figure out how to work with it.
Yeah, but then I asked about authenticity. Has this affected the authenticity of the content?
I mean, at the end of it all, there has to be someone behind the computer to create the content. AI just doesn't prompt itself. So authenticity still goes back to the creators. I mean, filmmakers want to tell stories about lost and forgotten archives. AI can help us with that. I mean, it doesn't really affect authenticity, but creativity is going down.
Creativity is going down. Well, that's alarming though, isn't it? Rogelio, what do you have to say about that?
I disagree. Actually, I don't have any concern about AI. I think it's a tool that you can use it, you know, to support us. In the same time, when internet arrived, everyone was, oh, and of course, depends from you. Do you know what I'm saying? If you are lazy and you want the AI to do, you are not being original, you are not giving your voice, you know. What makes you unique is your fingerprint. All of us has a different fingerprints, okay? It's the same thinking, you know. If you must have your own fingerprinting in audiovisual. What is your voice? And this is AI cannot do, you know. Depends from you how to use this tool, because this tool can develop your projects faster, but depends from you. For example, in this project that I'm shooting here, we are doing all the storyboard with AI, which is really important. Why? Because now in our storyboard, we can see all the tone, the style, you know, all the aesthetic of our film. Before was just drawing, I have just the frame, all the composition, but now I can put into my storyboard also the production design style, do you know what I'm saying? And which takes more, optimize our time to shooting and etc. If you see this as a tool to help you in your creative, it's good. But if you are lazy and you want to AI to do, sorry, you don't have future, you know. You need to have, use as a tool, not to elaborate content for you. This is, for me, is really important, you know. And my advice here is, if you want to be a really powerful filmmaker, please go to understand and study all the techniques, script writing techniques. The AI is not giving this to you, you know. You need to understand even to manage the AI to achieve what you want to achieve. But you need to have in mind what you want to say, you know, what's your voice in that project. For me, it's just a tool. I don't have any issue with it. I understand your point about creativity. You can see now the new generation. They are so lazy. Sorry about new generation, but you need to push yourself to achieve what you want. Because of the internet, you know, it's easier and everything is more superficial. Everything in life, we have benefits, you know, have positive things and negative things. With AI, it's not different.
Well, but let me stick with you just for a moment, Rogelio. Let's talk about connecting the European markets, film markets, together with the African film markets. When it comes to sales, we see sales from the European markets skyrocketing every other time, but we don't see much in the African market. What do you think are the gaps that are there, and what should be done to connect the two of these places?
What I see here, normally the markets, European film markets, that is Berlinale, Marché du Film, that is Cannes. We are going to there to do business. Do you know what I'm saying? We are trying to find co-production companies, distributors, sales agents. That is a place, a market to do business. What I see here, that's important. I see more like expo, not as a market. This is my critique, okay? I think you can improve bringing all, you know, doing agreements and bringing Brazilian companies, Italian companies to do co-production. You know, that's I came here to looking for Kenyan co-production companies or African co-production companies to do again, you know, to do together my next projects, and also to do your projects that I can support from Brazil. And when I go to markets, I expect to find co-production companies from different countries, distributors from different countries, and sales agents from different countries. For me, is this, you know?
Wow, thank you, thank you. That's such an inclusive message. But well, let me talk about women in the film industry. I thank God that this particular panel has 3 ladies. How about that? 3 ladies in the panel. Thank you to Kenya Film Commission, right? A round of applause for Kenya Film Commission.
As a man, we need to support female voice.
Thank you, Claudia.
We need it.
Thank you so much, Rogelio, for that. And thank you to Kenya Film Commission for ensuring that there is gender inclusion. There's gender inclusivity in this particular area. And I'll speak to you about that, Tariro. How is it in the industry as a woman? Long time ago, they used to say, it's gender insensitive. How is it so far?
I think there's room for growth still. It's come a long way, but I believe that there's room for growth. I think earlier when the CEO, Timothy, spoke about structure, I think structure is very important, and intentional structure to ensure that women and the girl child, even at school level, where girls are exposed to film, the potential of film, and also protection in the film industry and on set, you know?
But then how was it navigating this industry? Because I know you started from somewhere, but how was it navigating?
It's hard. I think it's hard in general, whether you're male or female in film, and but I think as a female, it's very difficult because people take advantage of you. They'll think that, you know, you're a woman you don't know, and you have to I think there's room for structural change in that regard, and again, even just safety on sets. I see that on the program. There's a workshop that talks about safety on set, which is really important. I think gender issues and even sexual harassment issues, things that protect women on set.
Yeah. Well, let's stick with that particular topic just for a little more. Zuhura, when it comes to women and leadership, let's say gender and leadership, what do you make of this? Because you are one of the figures who are really marketing this industry to the world. How was it for you?
So first of all, I just need to announce that I'm a gender champion. I like it when we can have more and more women on decision-making positions. And I've championed the 30% club that ensured that the listed companies have 30% representation minimum on their boards. And that was the one thing that we really achieved across the industry sector. But we know very well it's a conversation that's ongoing, but until, and maybe how about we need to use more and more film to create more awareness about it, and even with the facts that we have, because it's one thing to say it, then the other thing we don't do it. But maybe film would actually bring this narrative into place to ensure that our leaders, and even as we pave way for the girls that are coming, at no particular point is it slated that this job and the other job is for a man and a woman. And from the film industry for the longest time, and also just from the happenings, I always say it's not about gender, it's about business. So if then you get whichever X and X that can do the work, it doesn't matter, and there should be provision for that. There's also assumptions that we work with, which is, of course, we know the lifeline of a woman, and unto particular times when we need to bless the world with other children. Without us, there wouldn't be more generations. Amen. So again, where are we as an industry being able to be cognizant of that and supporting the same instead of making it a disadvantage? We've seen great people and great producers who have actually gone through the times and have been able to deliver. So again, which jobs are those? I'm loving the conversation on AI because there's a lot more that you can actually do even at home when you're weaning the baby or breastfeeding. You can script write while you're on your maternity leave, so it never really stopped. And after COVID, we were taught how to work away from home, from work to working from home. So opportunities have created itself, and it's up to us, and I'm urging the industry to be able to bring this narrative clear to the African context. Because sometimes we get in and saying this is what we put, but again, the patriarchal society, which again, through film can be shown more, how it's not even very easy. I mean, conversations have been within the Kenyan landscape. Are we ready for a woman president? And people are saying, no. Even the same women, other women might not vote for you, yeah? But then what about fathers who are seated here, brothers who are seated here, who have sisters and daughters? Do you believe in them? Do you believe in your mom? Do you believe in your grandmother? So imagine with all that is what we bring on the table. So opportunities are there, and even in the film industry, to ensure that we are bringing in we are taking care of the boy child, yes, but at the same time we're enabling more and more women to come, and the opportunities that are there. And some of them we have even women who have wondered what to do, and we have understood the gaps, whether it's your access to capital, whether it's access to funding that you're looking for your business, whether being able to pitch. You're scared. The man who go in and say, I know how to do it, we're thinking I need to know first. And they get the funding while you're still trying to understand what you need to say, yet it's the same thing. So it's to encourage more and more women. There is more opportunity for you, and we can then be able to know. And even the strategic intervention. The one thing that you clearly understand is the moment there is diversity, it actually equals to greatness. There is what a woman will see that a man won't see. And don't try to be the man. And there's what a man will see that a woman won't see. So if you're seated together in a particular set, they might suggest, I think we need to do it in red. And you're like, what is that about? But a man won't. The man is like, you're clothed, let's do it. Then when it comes out like that color, so there's so much more that we bring on the table that can make us all really achieve a lot.
Yeah. Has the numbers gone up in terms of the percentage of women in this particular industry?
We've seen numbers that are drastically going up, and that is because we are more informed, you would say that, and from where we have come in traditionally. Traditionally, if I told you to count, you might count one or two, and even the society looked at the filmmakers so weirdly. Like, oh, what career was that? It's like we were supposed to be in a different kind of, it looked like working with the sets, doing this and that should just stay. But right now we have seen growth within the industry and even within advertising. We've seen also more and more women who have actually come out owning advertising agencies that are actually also producing good adverts for the marketers. So it's encouraged, and it's to show that it's not about gender, it's about business.
Wow, thank you so much, Zura, for that. Also, I'm just curious to know what other people feel about the Kenyan film, from outside. I would love to hear from you in terms of how do you see the Kenyan markets, and have you participated or collaborated with any so far, or you're planning to?
That question, I can break it down in two parts. And the first part is the Kenya film market, or the industry itself in Africa, needs data. Data is not present in our ecosystem. I believe that if Africa and Kenya want to bring more investors into the industry, we have to provide data. Right now, if I go to IMDb, I can get data of a short film, the budget, and how much it made on box office. But for a very long time, African producers, let's just have an honest conversation. We are gatekeeping these numbers. And by gatekeeping them, we are chasing away investors. Because an industry is not built on emotions, it's built on statistics. We need data, we need numbers. So that is one thing
Specifically, perhaps you can go into the specificity of this. What are some of the things that you would like to have an open idea on this?
I'd just talk about what the Kenya Film Commission did in 2022. They had like the FISA, which was the film satellite that gave data about the industry. These are the things needed by the investors. Investors do not need stories, they need numbers. And essentially, let's just go back to the basics of it.
Well said, well said. But then, are there any collaborations?
Yeah.
Or the data is the problem?
No, there are collaborations. I'm doing collabs with Hollywood in Africa, but most of my collaborations, I'm trying not to be a service producer, but a co-producer. And this means that as a producer, I have to go also get money and bring on the table. Yeah. That is the only way you own IP. Yeah. Because you wouldn't expect to be a co-producer if all you're giving is, oh, the sceneries, and we have crew. There's crew everywhere. They can fly their crew in. You need to put the money conversation on the table. And also, this leads me, let me segue to the part where grants come in. I don't have any issue with grants, but it is a curse in our industry. Because grants is money that people are not accountable for. Grants is not free money as people think. As much as you're given for free, At the end of it all, there's a specific agenda that you must propel, right? The grants come with specific conditions. And I don't have an issue with them. I just have an issue with them being the central way of financing films in our ecosystem. Thank you.
Wow, wow. He deserves a hearty clap for that, right? He's brutal. He's so open about this. What do you think, Rogelio, when it comes to that? Is there transparency? What is lacking?
I totally agree with him. Actually, I don't have anything to say about this. He said everything. I totally agree. Is this indeed?
There is no transparency in when you compare to the developed countries as opposed to countries like Kenya when it comes to being proactive in showing this film costed this particular money. It costed me X amount for this production to be filmed. Do you think there is any
yes, you must have to be transparent in everything, you know. This is important to the industry because you are building up trust partnership. And for me, I don't have anything to say about it, to be honest.
Also was too brutal. He spoke for all of you.
Yes.
Tariro, what do you make of that as well?
No, again, I agree that there needs to be more transparency because transparency builds trust, hey, and you're not going to give money to somebody that you don't trust. So there's a lot of room for us to be more, again, authentic and transparent in our figures, in our stats, in everything that we're achieving.
Is it one of the main hindrances in this industry, especially when it comes to collaborations? Do you think it's one of the factors that many industry players see that there is no transparency and so I don't want to collaborate with this particular filmmaker from X country?
I think to a certain extent, yes. I think trust is a major hindrance.
Yeah.
And I think a way to mitigate that or to work around that is having more data out there, having like a continental guild of, you know, like producers guild for Africa, where you're able to find, you have a place where people are vetted, registered, you know, and their receipts are there, you know what they've done, and it just brings safety and security for investors. And I mean, even with the film that I produced now, I got burnt. You know, the reality of it is that I got burnt, and again, trust, because there's no information. So I think there's room for like a central database of filmmakers, from producers to crew to actors, you know, to talent. I think it's a need. You see, we can take an example with Hollywood and how they have guilds, they have things that govern. Also, you have, you know, standardized rates. You know, things are standardized, and I think it's necessary. It builds trust.
I can say about my experience in Brazil, for example, the government support us, you know, giving money, and it's impossible to you try to take advantage, you know, because there is a policy. You need to have receipts and, you know, to say about every single detail that we spend in that film, that, you know, and you can get the money, but you need to deliver it with transparency.
Wow. Wow, thank you so much for that. Even as we are coming to a conclusion, perhaps I can give you each 1 minute to conclude. Zuhura, perhaps I can start with you. And as you conclude, you can speak to us about positioning Kenya's film industry to the world, because we have been seeing a lot happening, even with the magical Kenya, when it comes to marketing this industry. Talk to us. We've seen mice. Quick conclusion, right?
In conclusion, what I'd like to say is we have a good potential to be able to say our story better for Kenya, positioning it very well. I know I was once involved with the Indian Film Festival worldwide, where we brought in the Bollywood stars that came in, were able to look at different destinations, signed in a budget to be able to having a big budget filming contract to then do a big film from here. And imagine trying to drive that. Imagine the understanding of what that converts to from the time they get in to, being able to create the jobs that are happening, knowledge exchange that happens, the economy, and being able to drive the GDP of the country.
Yeah.
Again, it's critical and seeing, and that's why it was good that as Kenya, we are literally such a filming destination.
Wow, thank you.
And happy that we then look at that, and we've seen also how much more we have communicated and branded ourselves.
Yes.
You've just talked about magical Kenya. It's magical, and we've also seen how we can actually be picked even for the Kenya Open that has passed, that we can actually be bringing different people to be attracted to our country from all particular platforms.
Yeah.
So to me, is to say Africa is rising, Kenya is part of the game together with all the other Africans, and we have a good opportunity to change narrative for Africa. As much as it has the shape of a question mark, let's create the answers for Africa.
Thank you so much, Zuhura. Quick final thoughts also. Quick final thoughts.
Yeah, quick one. So today I just want to challenge the notion that Kenya doesn't have a cinema-going culture or a film-paying culture. I want to challenge this narrative simply because how we consume films and how we pay for films is very different from the West. I mean, we have multiplexes, but we only have like 20 of them in the entire country, right? But there is an informal screening sector called Vibanda Cinema, which has DJ Afros and stuff. These people are paying from 20 shillings
You
to
even know DJ Afro.
20 shillings to 50 shillings to watch the films. And we have 35,000 of them in the country. I mean, data is something that we've ignored. These are people paying for films. I mean, if we can get all this data and position it, it will be helpful to know how much are we actually making on films. The last thing I'd like to say is that this I had to write down. Sorry. Collaboration does not scale on symbolism. It scales on repeatable economics. If a producer in Nairobi, Lagos, Joburg, Dakar, or Kigali cannot assemble capital, clear rights, access incentives, move talent, and reliably reach audience across the continent, Pan-African collaboration will remain a festival slogan. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rogelio, your quick final thoughts.
What I see here is a really potential, powerful market. You know, I see the future here in audiovisual. However, I see a lack of knowledge about techniques. When you're writing a script, it's not, oh, I have this idea. Oh, why you choose this? Oh, because I like it. Sorry, this is the biggest mistake. There is a technique that was founded 4 centuries before Christ with Aristotle, you know, and was developed till nowadays, and you have 5 kinds of structure that you need to understand and to learn it. In my opinion, you know, the government should invest in education and to bring all these techniques for you to have a strong, because this script is the most powerful thing that you can get it, you know, is the DNA, is the beginning of everything. If you don't know how to write a proper script, sorry, you are not, you cannot be competitive.
That's powerful.
And also, you know, you need to understand all this technique, how to write a proper script, because this is all the international industry does. If you have a knowledge with this, you're gonna watch all this film. Oh, this is the midpoint. Oh, this is the low point. Oh, I can see the misbehavior of the character. I can see the transformation. Do you know what I'm saying? This is the most successful film, has this structure that is there. The same thing, just to finish.
As you conclude.
The same thing, like a psychological color, theory of color, all the composition. Do you know what I'm saying? All these elements, the sound. Oh, there is a heart, and this heart, 500, I can touch you with disease, it can touch you. If you use all these elements together, you're gonna go into your audience with a really powerful thing. In my opinion, you should invest in education here. It brings all this knowledge, you know, to all this youth, and you can transform. This is in a really powerful industry.
Wow, thank you so much, Rogelio, for that.
You're welcome.
Perhaps,
Sorry, I talk a lot.
Thank you so much. Perhaps Tariro, even as Tariro is going to give her final thoughts about this, do we have the video ready? Because you have a short film. Yeah? A trailer. Yes, a trailer by Tariro. As that clip is being prepared, can we have your final thoughts?
I have just two thoughts. I think what's really important, and for me, what would be a takeaway, is ownership and authenticity. Without that, what are we doing?
Thank you. Wow, that was brief. Thank you so much.
But to get this authenticity, you need to know all the technique.
Rogelio, clearly I should retain you in the next panel. Thank you so much, everyone, for that. I don't know whether the video, the trailer by Tariro is ready. Is it ready? It's ready, the video for Tariro? Well, let's have it.
Rose, Annie. Who are you? Why are you haunting me? Something strange is happening.
I am Zuberi. I came from the 15th century. I'm here to help you.
How exactly did you get here?
Time travel by a secret art called blood run.
What you are talking about here will directly affect the timeline.
Ever since I lost your mother and sister, I have not been the same.
It's not your fault, Dad. I'm just glad that we have each other.
You're only good to me when it serves you.
You're the perfect family.
It's not him that they're after. It's what he knows and his bloodline. You, the people that have your father, are dangerous people. We have to find the stone of father in this timeline before the inner sanctum does.
We larger than life.
With these stones, we can create our own future. We can play God.
Come alive. It's your destiny.
The unauthorized jump you did could break the timeline altogether.
Never deny it.
It's the last thing I had in this world.
A round of applause. A round of applause to Tariro Wase. Tariro Wase is a filmmaker, actress, and a conservationist, managing director Meso Maviri, producer Gonarezu. What you just watched, the movie and the story of Nehanda. A round of applause to Tariro Wase. Thank you so much for even gracing this moment and creating time to be with us. We truly appreciate. Thank you for your time. And also in the panel today, we had Rogerio, award-winning filmmaker, screenwriter, and director, also executive producer at Fantaspor. Thank you so much, Rogelio.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rogerio. And also in the panel, we had also Mondi, who is the founder and CEO, Different Dimension Productions, and also a co-founder, Enter Studios, head of Africa office, Drama Deluxe International. Thank you so much. A round of applause for also. Thank you so much. And also we have the lady of the Zuhura Odhiambo, who's been marketing our very own film creators in this particular industry. Founder and CEO, New Revenue Solutions Africa, and also the chairperson, Marketing Society of Kenya. What don't you do, Zuhura? Thank you so much. A round of applause to Zuhura. Thank you so much. And that has been my time. My name is Linda Koskei. I hope that conversation has been quite insightful, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone who has been here. But don't go too far. Perhaps we can just have a quick picture with my panel. Thank you so very much to my panelists who's made this conversation quite insightful. I'm truly honored. It's such a pleasure and honor to be part of this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't go because another juicer part of the session is just about to begin. And my panelists are actually ready to drive this conversation with me. We're going to talk about a very important topic, especially that talks about collaborations. I know many of you, if you didn't come to do 3 other things, I know one thing is to network and to collaborate, right? I know I'm right. I know I'm right. To network and to collaborate because we have all the industry players, all the stakeholders right here. And some will actually leave this particular room with deals, yeah? Deals will be signed right here in this particular room. So we are so excited to be here. And in this second panel, we're going to talk about engineering the future of creative economy through community infrastructure. What do you mean by community infrastructure? It's an entire ecosystem whereby you will need the government and the industry players such as the filmmakers needs to be there, owners of this particular film, the filmmakers, the script writers, the voiceover artists, and even the community, the cast. You see, it's an entire ecosystem. And also, to speak about ICT, structures need to be put in place to ensure that an entire ecosystem thrives. There is also data collection. In the previous panel that we just concluded, we talked about how important data collection is. So before we start that particular discussion, perhaps you can have Amina just to give one announcement.
Thank you so much, Linda. All right, now for the filmmakers in the room, we have something called the Buyer's Cafe. It's right where the KFC booth is. And you have investors who are there right now who are very keen in buying your films, whatever production it is that you're working on, whatever project you have investors who are ready to meet you. I understand that not everyone has this information. So if you have a film you want to pitch, if you have a series you want to pitch, if you have a short film you want to pitch, this would be your opportunity. So please go to the KFC booth. It's called Buyer's Cafe. You get to sit down with an investor and talk for a few minutes and pitch your idea, and hopefully you get to make some money. One of my focus today was trying to see how else you can make money in the creative industry and the creative space because it's one of the biggest hurdles that we have to skip. Thank you so much, Linda.
Thank you so much, Amina. And with that, let's go direct to our conversation today. I told you earlier on we're speaking about engineering the future of the creative economy through community infrastructure. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our first speaker right here in this panel. And I love to call him a walking dictionary when it comes to film matters, right? And I'm speaking about the Kenya Film Commission Chief Executive Officer, Vincent Owase. Is he around? Is he ready? Is he ready? Yes, we have him ready. I call him the walking dictionary of the film industry. Thank you so much for even hosting us in this particular event. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate you. That is the Chief Executive Officer of Kenya Film Commission, who are actually spearheading this particular event together with other partners. We are truly honored to have you here. And also in the panel, we have Mike Mwiti, who's the MD for Genesis Factory Design, or Genesis Design Factory. Mike, So good to have you here today. I know you're one of the key stakeholders and collaboration. I've seen you collab with even Kenya Film Commission in some projects. You'll talk to us about that. Thank you so much for being here with us. And also here in our panel, we have Chantal Maxim, who is the LMD Global IDF Global Women Network. Here with us today. Do we have Maxim? Ooh, a round of applause to Maxim as she makes her way here. And also, I know a little bird told me that also other people refer to her as the Lady MD. Is it true? Thank you so much for creating time to be with us right here today. Let's go right into the conversation today. And Maxim, since you're just seated right next to me, can I begin with you? For people who have not really interacted with you, kindly, perhaps you can introduce yourself and briefly just tell us about who Maxim is, the Lady MD, basically.
Absolutely. Firstly, thank you for having me. It's so empty in here. Can we get some love, please? All the way from SA. Any love? Okay, so I'm Chantal Maxim. I'm the founder and owner of LMD Global, which is a business architectural company. It's based in 30 countries in Africa, in UAE, USA, and Asia. I'm also the deputy president of the Global Informal Economy Development Forum. We all know that the creative sector, over 70%, is the informal economy, and I spearhead women in business in 165 countries. So it's my absolute pleasure being here. Last minute request that came through. So we're looking at doing quite a bit of investment with partners in Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much for creating time as well. Perhaps since we have the pleasure of having the Chief Executive Officer of KFC right here with us, for those who have not engaged with him, perhaps I can just let you introduce yourself. You're not new to many of us, but just introduce yourself to us and perhaps give us a brief status of how this industry is so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Timothy Owase, the CEO of Kenya Film Commission, and I'm a storyteller. I'm a storyteller by training and by birth. Currently serving as CEO of Kenya Film Commission, and our core mandate is to champion the development and growth of film industry in Kenya. So hosting the 14th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market and Festival is a pleasure for us because this platform is providing us an avenue to have conversations that matter, conversations that drive storytelling as a key economy, and also as giving us an opportunity to really mainstream key elements within the value chain of storytelling so that we can be able to reap the real benefits of this industry.
Thank you so much, and thank you for hosting such an auspicious event this year, the 14th edition. Thank you so much. Mike Mwiti, let me come to you, perhaps for our audience right here. Kindly introduce yourself and a little bit about what you do.
Thank you very much, Linda. My name is Mike Mwiti Mugai from Genesis Design Factory Limited. We have a research and development center where we find creative technology, and then we build local capability around it. And then from there, we try and scale it nationally. So research asks, what shall we do? Development asks, what shall it cost? But R&D asks, how quickly can we start? And that's what we do.
Wow, thank you so much, and thank you for my panelists for creating time to be with us. Perhaps let me begin with you, the CEO, because you're our host today. When it comes to this particular sector and collaborations in this particular industry, amidst all the disruptions that we have, perhaps you can briefly take us through how it has been. Has the collaborations with the industry players, and even when it comes to policy making, there is the government, there is a stakeholder, there is a filmmaker, there's a lot happening around here. Perhaps you can just tell us the importance of infrastructure community.
Thank you very much. allow me to start by appreciating that filmmaking is a collaborative industry. There is no single film set that can have a complete production coming out successful without having collaborative effort. You have the director, the editor, the makeup artist, you have the writer, and many more. And of course, beyond that, you also need audiences, but still, you operate in a controlled environment where governments have specific rules that you need to comply with. So when it comes to collaborative effort, this is an industry that has to be appreciated and given the space that it requires so that we can be able to mainstream it and see to it that there are policies that propel the growth of the industry, but not stifle. But at the same time, create an avenue where we have more filmmakers getting a chance to connect with their counterparts in different countries, and also seeing storytelling not just an entertainment practice, but as an opportunity for collaboration and job creation as well. Of course, this cannot be successful if we do not have infrastructure. And that's why governments across the world today are focusing more on creating an enabling environment through policies that will be able to propel the industry to be able to move from part A to part B. Other than that, we must be able to invite and attract investment into this sector to have those studios and other facilities that will be able to provide the creators of content an opportunity to provide high quality content. If you do not have infrastructure, then you cannot be able to scale. Because the real mission here is that we must be able to work in creating room for us to scale the kind of production and growing the market. Stories should be able to traverse the world. They can only be able to do that if they are of quality that is acceptable. Yes.
Wow, thank you for that, Vincent. Perhaps I can talk to you now, Mike. Let's go back just a little bit to when you're starting out in this particular industry. How was it? Because now we have to start from the base before you build up an entire industry where you have collaborations, and you have collaborated even with the Kenya Film Commission. How is it? How important is it to have partners whenever you want to come up with a big institution or an industry?
So I'll ask you to imagine someone gets up, picks a bottle, walks across the room, and he's solved his thirst. But then everybody needs to do the same. What happens when a pipeline is built? The thing about creatives, the creative industry, is that there's a cycle of repeating mistakes. Why? Because collaboration is one that is selfish. Shared infrastructure, whether digital, whether physical, or even intellectual, is one that allows me to walk a journey and the next person to take it from where I am to keep going. So there are cycles. And for us, shared infrastructure, knowledge, and even resource is one of those things that bridges the gap and allows us to catch up to anyone else trying to do what we do.
Yeah. Wow, that is so key. Let me come to you now, Maxim, when it comes to this particular collaborations. When you look at the African continent and how it's performing when it comes to film, what's your view on its adoption of how it's starting, where it's going? Are we on the right track?
So when it comes to the creative industry, and as the CEO mentioned, it's huge. It's massive. Africa has the talent. There is no two ways about it. We've got the culture. We've got the landscape. We've got every single thing that is required. Two of the crucial problems that we have, which is great, because with every threat and every weakness comes opportunity, are distribution channels. We don't support within our continent. If you look at Nigeria, Nigeria is the third biggest Nollywood. Over 250 million people in Nigeria. Nigeria shoots a movie in 5 days. Brilliant, I've seen it. but they support within Nigeria. Nigeria supports each other. So when it comes to the creative industry, we're looking at food and beverage, we're looking at tourism, we're looking at health and wellness, clothing and textile. It's massive. It's the biggest industry for unifying Africa as a whole. But we do not have the proper infrastructure and we do not have the proper resources. So there is no question about our culture and there's no question about our talent, neither is there a question about what we have, because we can do it. We have been doing it, but we require the proper investment and supporting each other in Africa. There's no support of our local creation. That is one of the biggest barriers that we face.
Even, let's stick there around financing and financing infrastructure, coming up with the infrastructure. Who now is supposed to put in the investment? Because now it will bring out the conversation of the government should be funding the industry players, right? And also the government is expecting to collect taxes from the filmmakers. So how then should really people navigate this?
So it's so easy to say, and forgive me for this, but it's so easy to say government must.
Yeah.
We cannot just say government must. We look at each other and we say we're competitors. No, we co-opetition. We need to learn to work together. Sitting in the informal economy, the forum, the global forum, and Africa working together, I've seen how Kenya is working with Zambia, is working with Nigeria, and bringing the investment in from USA. I've seen this, and successfully they're doing it. All we're asking is, government, we're not saying invest, don't give us the money, hold our hands through the process. That is all that is being required. When we receive the invitation to come to Kenya for the Kalasha, for the Creative Kenya Awards, we're like, this is amazing. This is powerful. We were fighting to bring delegations in, but it was short notice. But now what we've seen, what is sitting here, the teams are going crazy. They are saying, why aren't you here? This is probably, if not the biggest for Africa. This is what I'm talking about, support. This should be packed side to side. So we should not say government, we need investment. We should say partnership. Stakeholders, it's not just government for sustainable growth. Private sector, sectorial organizations, your NPOs, your community workers, but work with your sister and brothers from other countries. Very important.
Wow. She deserves a clap for that, right? She does. You know, the first thing when I saw this particular agenda that we're going to have with this panel, I was like, Kenya Film Commission is truly selfless because bringing in government, bringing in filmmakers, script writers, voiceover artists, all the industry players are right here, investors, putting them in one particular room to see how to foster this conversation further, they deserve a hearty clap. Everyone, they deserve a hearty clap. Yeah, thank you so much, Kenya Film Commission, for spearheading this. It's truly, from her, this is one of the biggest conversations that Africa should be adopting from. Let me come to you, CEO, and let's continue just from where she has left. These are the forums that really foster this industry, yet there are many things that should be talked about. Talk of policies, how important it is for all the industry players to come together. Yeah, speak to us about that.
Very well. Of course, this forum provides us an avenue to have those difficult conversations. And these conversations must be talked about, because if we don't discuss these particular elements, then we miss the bigger picture. We all talk about incentivizing the industry, being able to have the right infrastructure, the right policies. Yes, having the right policies that enable the progress and growth of the industry is critical. And my rallying call basically goes to filmmakers, to government, to partners, and also financial institutions, that we cannot let this to be an affair of filmmakers alone. It is a collaborative effort. We must be able to come together and see to it that we are collaborating, we are forging meaningful partnerships. Of course, the Commission, being a government institution, our role is to create an enabling environment and to see to it that we have an organized system. Of course, filmmakers also need to look at themselves not as beggars, but as business people. The moment we sit and wait for government to do, that for me will be a challenge which may never be achieved. You need to look at government as an enabler and see to it that when government creates the right policies that gives professionals an opportunity to invest, to put infrastructure in place, then you have an avenue to progress your craft. Kalasha gives you that room to have that conversation and also to identify new opportunities. Because I would like to see Kenyan filmmakers collaborating with their counterparts from other countries and also collaborating among themselves. Shared facilities are very critical. When we talk about investment, I'm referring to infrastructure that will be able to provide you room to be able to do a production. I'm trying to imagine with the emerging technologies that you can be able to undertake a production virtually without having to move from point A to point B. With that kind of knowledge, you actually reduce costs. If you are to spend, let's say, $5 million to do a specific production, but you apply technologies that are in the market today, you will be able to achieve that kind of production with ease. And that's what this market gives you room to be able to know that these things are available. I know Genesis Design Factory is one of those companies here that is undertaking a lot as far as technology is concerned. And we at Kenya Film Commission, we are encouraging practitioners that adapt to these new technologies and see to it that you actually undertake your craft professionally, collaboratively, through partnerships. And government is there, of course, through Kenya Film Commission, to see to it that we undertake what is before us, to see to it that you are able to actually get return on your investment. Film is not just entertainment. Film is serious business, and we must look at it as such. If we ignore that fact, then I don't think anyone in this room who doesn't look at film as business, then you don't belong here. I'll ask you to look for another space. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. A round of applause to Bwana CEO for that. And perhaps, Maxim, I saw you in a forum presenting at the Women in Informal Economy. The topic was about the hidden force. Was it the hidden force behind global growth? And now when we see this economy, the film industry as a business, how can it be expanded further and included in the value chain?
Film is the value chain. The creative sector is the value chain. In the informal economy, we don't speak about statistics. We talk about live experiences. It's important because the poverty in Africa as a whole is so huge. So when we're talking about the creative sector and the film industry from a business perspective, when I look at the statistics that get sent once a year by government, and I'm talking on behalf of my own country, and they send me the statistics on the tourism sector, I fight them, not in a bad way, I fight them in a good way, because the statistics is wrong. The film industry must be separate to tourism. Film is falling inside of tourism, so we cannot measure how huge the film industry is. It's massive. So as a business, you are creating jobs for your stylist, you're creating jobs for your runners, whether you're running, doing a still or doing a movie, you're creating jobs for drivers, vehicle revenue, clothing, makeup artists. It's across the board. So when we look at the informal economy, I'm here, but my team is in SA, and it looks like they are at Kalasha. Why? Because of the creative sector. All it was technology, plug and play, and it looks like they are here. But Kenya, I must mention this. Technology, your data in Kenya is very bad for internationals. If I don't mention that, how are we going to partner strongly? For an international coming into Kenya, it's very difficult if you don't have a Kenya SIM card. Just think Africa, we need to move with the times. We've got a whole delegation from different countries and we're still struggling with data. So as a business in the creative sector, data is crucial for us. If I'm a producer, of which producers has come with us, production companies, as the first thing they look at, connectivity within a country, because we start filming the moment we drop. The moment we drop in a country, we start filming. We've already sent a team into view to assess, but data as a business owner is very crucial in the creative sector.
Wow, Kenya, are you ready for that? Did you hear that? Are you ready for that? Well, Kenya is poised to grow and to get into the global market. Mike, let me come to you. When it comes to initiatives, we've seen so many programs that you've undertaken, including Jitume and also the virtual production, the boot camp. Tell us, it's so successful so far. How did you navigate through?
Wow, success is very relative, depending on what you're
Tell us about
judging.
it.
I can do it on my own, said a filmmaker. Did I have to do it on my own, said another filmmaker. I didn't do it on my own, said the third filmmaker. Each of them made a film. So it's not on government to stand up and make a difference. It's on us to stand up and seek out government for the difference that we want. And that's what we did. I met Kenya Film Commission coming to try and get some tax relief on equipment I was bringing in. And 3 years later, I feel like they are one of my biggest stakeholders. I have to make a call to somebody every week just to make sure that the center of my world is still revolving. So what did we do? First, it was creative technology, a virtual production, what CEO was speaking about. Africa can be left behind if we don't pay attention to global technologies. So instead of struggling to do it on our own, we collaborated and were able to get quite restrictive, let me say prohibitively expensive equipment into the country. And then we were able to train individuals to go ahead and start virtual production. The cycle matured, and now they are creating through virtual production. And we are successful.
Yeah, but I'm curious about the adoption, especially when it comes to the players who are coming for the boot camps and also for the initiatives. How is the adoption, and what are some of the challenges that they see they are facing from the outside, and that this particular initiative has really covered?
I see us as two things. One, as an R&D center, we are not a school. We are not trying to get cohorts. We are an R&D center. We are trying to provide credible evidence that investment may easily be accessed. So we've been able to do it through virtual production. Now we are doing it for content creators through the Jitume program. So just to be able to show it can be done, it has been done, then maybe it will be done from investors, from investment to scale up.
Thank you so much for that. And now let's move to another topic where we're talking about policy and frameworks. And let me come to you, Bwana CEO, when it comes to that, because I know when it comes to fostering this particular sector, there are policies in place, yeah? And also there are incentives. What are some of the incentives that the filmmakers or the industry players can enjoy through Kenya Film Commission?
Thank you very much. The Kenya Film Commission, as an agency responsible for promotion, development, and marketing Kenya as a filming destination, prides on advocating for policies that will be able to propel the industry from where it is to the next level. And as we speak, earlier on you heard the Cabinet Secretary talk about the Creative Economy Bill that is before Parliament. This is a bill that is aimed at providing an enabling environment structure that will give us room for access to funding, incentives that will be able to attract investment into the sector, because with incentives, we are looking at seeing more private sector involvement. And again, as I said, the role of government is very simple, creating an enabling environment. Because when we have an enabled environment, then private sector will be able to come in, pump in money, have infrastructure in place, and invest as expected so that we are able to move to the next level. Currently, the government is keen to see to it that we attract more big budget films into the country. But remember, Kenya does not operate in isolation. To be competitive, we must have the right infrastructure in place. We must have the right skills in terms of skilled manpower. We need to have favorable or ease to do business. And all this emanates from policies. That's why, from where we sit, it's all about having the favorable policies that propel creators that they can be able to undertake business. And also ensure that we have more co-production treaties so that not only do we operate in silos, but we should be able to collaborate more with other countries through co-production treaties. I'll give a very simple example. We have East African community, the Swahili speakers. This is a market in itself. If I have a creator here in Nairobi who is targeting the Swahili speakers, and you actually, through the right mechanism or strategies, you're actually targeting this particular target group or audiences, you can be able to create wealth without any challenge. 2, Nigeria has over 150 million people. Kenya has about 60 million people. If a Kenyan creator and a Nigerian creator collaborate, automatically what that means is that you're opening up the Nigerian market to the Kenyan content, and the Kenyan content, of course, to the Nigerian market. That is the way we would like to see that through collaborations, we can be able to expand the market access and also see to it that the business of film does thrive. But to cement the point, the element of policies by any government are purely meant to cement and put the right infrastructure and the right mechanisms and how we regulate and promote the industry, that we should be able to progress from point A to point B. But again, policies do not come just from government. Policies must come from you as the stakeholder. You identify what your need is and advocate to government to be able to put this in place. So my rallying call is to us filmmakers, what is it that we would like government to do that we can be able to remind it so that we can be able to have these policies in place? Thank you.
Wow, with all the systems in place, now I have a question to Maxim. What's the secret to making money in the film industry? All matters considered constant.
Okay, so in business you get taught, and this is a strategic thing that you must always take with you. In business you get taught leadership, and it's not leadership sitting in a boardroom. It's leadership about purpose-driven. In the business world, we are taught on ROI, return of investment. In the community world, we are taught on ROI, return of impact. There's two economies that exist. One is informal, one is formal. When the two economies combined, you push ROI, return of impact, and the return of investment follows. Now, putting policies with that, we all know that, and I'm talking about Africa as a whole, policies and procedures, policies has not been written for MSMEs. It's a very hard process for a micro business or an informal business to transform. In 2015, the United Nations and the ILO, International Labour Organization, wrote a blueprint called Recommendation 204. It's a policy for transformation from informal to formal. Exactly what is happening within our continent. They had one missing link for the success of that, and it's the right stakeholders. So the success to successful business within the film industry, don't just look at your own doorstep. Make partners outside of your home. There is some key players here. More is arriving tomorrow. If you are leaving without a partner from another country, you've done something wrong. One of the most beautiful things that I've seen at this conference was the unification of government. From the opening of this conference, how they stood up, how they respected, you don't find that. You've got a massive blue tick Kenya. You've got a unification of government that is saying, what do you want? Come to the table. I am more than happy to partner with you. More than happy. You've got a government that works for you. I'm just saying. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause to Maxim for saying that. Do you agree? Do you agree with that? Do you want to also contribute in regards to that?
Your question was based on how do you make money in the film industry?
Yes.
I think the most fundamental point for anyone to note is that you must be very deliberate. Have a business plan. Don't get into production without knowing whom are you creating this content to. Who is your audience? Do proper research. Tailor the product that is demanded by these audiences. Price it well. Market it properly. And know your return on investment in advance. Don't plan without a plan. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Perhaps, Mike, before I throw you another question, would you want to contribute into that as well? How do you make money in production?
I like what each of them has said. It's about structure, it's about processes, but it's also about value. So instead of focusing on how do I make value, focus on how do I offer enough value that money just becomes a byproduct. But don't keep your eye off the process and the procedures that have been proven by businesses that have succeeded.
I hope you heard that. You don't keep your eyes off the process. Thank you so much, Mike, for that. And perhaps now we can speak about sustainability. Now that there is money, you know it can be short-lived. But now, how do you ensure that this particular investment that you've put in place is sustainable and not going back to the initial cost, whereby you put in an X amount as capital and then it doesn't break even? How do you ensure it's sustainable?
One is partners, like Chantel spoke about. Partners don't just throw money at you, they throw process at you, they throw experience at you, and governance. So to be able to sustain that, governance is key, but also realize, don't relax and think that you've made it. COVID was a good example of everyone who made the right decisions ended up still in the place they didn't want to. But there are some people who survived, there are some people who thrived. So with every journey and its unique nuances, just realize that good governance and experienced partners is the secret to sustainability.
Wow, thank you so much for that. And still, since we still have some time right here, I can take 2 questions. Yeah? 2 questions from the audience. to my distinguished panelists. Do we have 2 questions? Yes? From the right side, do we have a question? I want you to leave this room when you're super satisfied. Well, that was just an icebreaker. Perhaps I can come to you now, Maxim, collaboration with Kenya. You've talked about you're so much willing to work with Africa and even Kenya, but also from your personal perspective, what is lacking from this side?
I don't think there's anything lacking for
What
Kenya.
are the gaps then?
I think Kenya just needs the proper investment. I mean, Kenya needs to be, they're being intentional about it, that they are spearheading the creative sector. And as much as people are looking at Nigeria, Nigeria has the numbers and the support internet, but Kenya is actually putting up their hand and doing the necessary. So I think it's the right investment and the correct partnership to actually explode the sector. I mean, I would love to partner with Kenya. We've got an amazing team that stays in Kenya, that works here in Kenya, that is absolutely phenomenal. So I'm extremely glad that I've actually taken the opportunity to come, to experience, to see what it's about. And we're even extending a few more days to experience the resorts in Kenya, which I never knew existed. I mean, the locations is amazing. So it's bringing in the right partners for Kenya to grow the sector at large.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. And let me come to you, Bwana CEO, now when it comes to looking at this industry. Even when you look at this particular room, we have a very young generation as well. So there are very many emerging trends in the industry. How do you ensure that as Kenya Film Commission, everyone is included? Let's talk about inclusivity in the sector.
When we talk about inclusivity in the sector, this is an element we cannot be able to ignore. Remember, the creative sector is the fastest evolving industry as compared to any other. And this is not to downplay agriculture, manufacturing, and others. All these sectors are very important, but the creative sector, to me, it's the most important because it targets mostly young people who want to be in the creative industry, because it gives them exactly what they are looking for. With the evolvement of various technologies, I want to call upon most young people and, of course, the experienced practitioners in the industry that we must continue learning. Continuous learning is paramount to keep us at par with the rest of the world. This is a calling that I would like to emphasize that we cannot be able to ignore. Remember, there was a time when you will produce a film and have to go through a certain channel, pay TV, before you access the same on DVD and free to air. Today, you produce on your mobile, launch your content on mobile, and consume it on mobile. So with all these technologies, we must be ahead of time and appreciate that technology is playing a critical role in the kind of content we produce and also the kind of quality of content that we produce. For the young people that are emerging, the Kenya Film Commission is your guiding principle, especially in Kenya. And given that we are hosting the African Audiovisual and Cinema Commission, AACC, it's our rallying call for the whole of Africa, not just Kenya, because the African story has to be told and be told by the African ourselves. Yes, thank you.
Stories by African to African, or to Africa by African. Yes. Just like buy Kenya, build Kenya, right? Well, Mike, perhaps I can take your quick final thoughts as we are almost concluding this conversation.
Shared or community infrastructure is eventually going to be a differentiator. Those that have access, build. Yeah. Those that don't have access, share. So the ask is, understand the whole spectrum of filmmakers, creatives, not just those at the tip of the spear who have and can afford, but look through the whole spectrum and realize that they all need addressing. Relevance is not a function of who is listening, of who is talking, but relevance is a function of who is listening. And the numbers are in that category where the youth that CEO is speaking about. So let's address the whole spectrum and then open up to the rest of the world.
But lastly, what are your projections when it comes to adoption of this in, say, a year or 5 years from now?
Adoption may not be measured by the number of people who take it up, by the impact those that adopt make. So I don't have tangible numbers to give you. What we are working on are models that can be tested, and those that work can be scaled across the country. Why? Because we asked. So I ask, as a final thought, do you have the audacity to stand up and ask? Because if someone says no, you're exactly where you started. You don't win the lottery without buying a ticket. So stand up and ask.
Wow, thank you so much for that. A round of applause for Mike Mwiti for that. And even before I move to the Chief Executive Officer, just to give, to acknowledge that Kenya Tea Development Agency Holdings National Chair Enos Njeru is with us. Yes, a big hi to us. They cannot see you. They cannot see you. Say hi to us. Thank you so much, sir, for creating time to be with us here today. Thank you, Chair. And now I can come to you, Bona CEO. Your final thoughts, even your projections on the performance of this particular industry as we conclude.
Just one word. Please be bold in telling your stories. Tell them the best way possible. Apply the right technologies, and let's create wealth out of this and collaborate. Thank you.
Wow, that was brief, right? Thank you so much, Timothy, for that. I can come to you now, Maxim, your final thoughts. And also, I'm sure all these people are ready as well to collaborate with you and to have a pleasure of having a discussion with you.
For me, I think that before we leave from this summit, and I call it a summit because business happens here. This is not an awards. Since I arrived yesterday, we've done business because we are here for business. Before I leave, I really do believe that across sectors we have to sign, and not just sign, it's about execution. There's a vision that's been running for 14 years. That means that vision is big. There's a strategy in place for Kalasha. It's called the Vasira model, the vision, your strategy, the incentive, and that comes with what we get at Kalasha. Your incentive, your responsibility for being here. You're not just a delegate, you're not just an exhibitor. You are here as a key stakeholder to partner, to make it bigger, and the most important part is the accountability. How do I create a return of investment for the money spent coming year for the next 2027 one? I want to be a key partner, and I want a massive pavilion at Kalasha, bringing a massive delegation from South Africa. So that is what we're looking at. Kalasha isn't about Kenya alone. It sits in the heart. Magical Kenya, come on. What do you say? What's your famous words?
Wow.
What's the famous words of Kenya that we learn?
Hakuna Matata.
There we go. So I think that is crucially important for me. I can't wait to see what happens next. We are here to execute, to partner, and to create opportunities. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. A round of applause for Chantal. Thank you so much for creating time, Chantal Maxim. That's a board member in Formal Economic Development Forum, IEDF. Also the head of Women in Business Global Women Network, founder LMD Global. Thank you so much for creating time to be with us here today. And also in the panel, we had the Chief Executive Officer for Kenya Film Commission, Timothy Owase. Thank you so much, sir, for creating time to speak to us. We know you have a lot in your plates because you're spearheading this particular event. Many thanks to you. Also here we had Mike Mwiti, who's the
Sikia usingizi. Sijui watu wamepotelea wapi, but it's okay. We'll just work with those of you who are present. Thank you so much for coming to the afternoon session. We have 2 sessions, this one and yet another one. Now, if you can move to the front, I'd really appreciate. However, there's so few. Calvin, we move to the front? All right. Okay. Hi, guys, all 7 of you. Do you mind moving to the front? Precious Kapa, somewhere in the front. Please come to the front, guys. We just want to be able to see you. You came here to learn, hopefully engage and interact with fellow creatives. And it would be great to have, the seats at the front occupied. Thank you so much. You're such good students if I was a teacher. Mbona hii row ya kwanza na ya pili inakuangana nini? Mbona watu hawezi kaa tu hapa mbele? All right. I think that's as good as it can get, right? People are comfortable, they want to sit together. Thank you, Masai lady. I appreciate it. Okay. I hope that that's better. And we hope we'll get to see you guys tomorrow and the day after as well for many more sessions. All right. Now, as all right, okay. As production spaces evolve, so too must conversations around professionalism and consent, performer safety, ethical working environments within both film and television. Now, I have extensive experience on TV, and it got to a point when I first started, people would just, if they're miking you, because it's necessary for you to be mic'd, when they're miking you, they never used to ask for permission. And then, of course, as you know, after the Me Too movement, it was imperative that women felt safe on set. It was a very big issue that was just not being addressed. And with that, of course, came intimacy coordinators. How many of you guys have ever seen a movie or a film and that intimate session, you're like, see, Menda Sana, this one looks real. These guys are in love. These guys are doing this thing. But there has to be an intimacy coordinator there to make sure that everything runs smoothly and it is still a professional setting. So as the two are doing God knows what on this side, there's so many crew members on this other side, and it's important for everyone to feel safe and to feel comfortable. Now, this session is presented in partnership with the GIZ, MultiChoice Talent Factory, and the National Gender and Equality Commission. Moderating this conversation is an amazing, incredible broadcaster, a TV and radio presenter. He currently hosts on NTV and has his own radio show every single day. He'll tell you more about it, but please, mpigieni makofi, Brian Asale! You were supposed to jump and dance. No? No? All right. You're going to be introducing your panelists. Brian, you have your mic? All right. I know you've got this session covered. Now, you're also an actor.
A struggling actor.
Okay. Up and coming.
I want to be an actor someday. I used to act when I was younger, like after high school.
Yeah.
But then I developed passion for media, television, and you inspired me and you encouraged me a lot. So I really appreciate you.
Record part. Brian, tell us a bit about your journey into media.
Amina, you're the best. I saw you and I thought about you and I was like, oh my God, I want to be like Amina. But for real, I really appreciate you for setting the pace for us and for going global as well so that we get to see that opportunity and that chance to just come and seize the moment. So thank you so much for that. So I stopped acting, got into media, radio and TV.
Yeah, we see you. NTV Friday nights, 8 p.m., 10 p.m., and of course every single mid-morning, 10 to 1, if I'm not wrong, 10 to 1?
To 2 p.m.
To 2.
Yes.
Wanakufanyisha kazi mingi kijana. Wanakufanyisha kazi nyingi. All right, so now Brian, you're the one who's going to be taking care of this session. Take it away.
Asante. Tumpigie Amina makofi tafadhali. Tumpigie makofi. Let's make it louder. They are recording. That's Amina.
Thank you.
Asante, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome my panelists. I'll call upon one of your favorite actors. They'll give us the details of who they are as soon as they get on stage. But of course, how about we welcome National Treasure, Isaboke. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali anapokuja. Hey, hiyo ni National Treasure kweli. Tuache wivu. Tumpigie makofi. All the way from South Africa, I'd like to welcome an amazing lady. She's going to introduce herself, but of course, let's put our hands together as we welcome Thandazile Mieza. Welcome. Tumpigie makofi. Let's make it louder. And of course, a gentleman that I respect so much. He is a director and also a filmmaker. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Ruben Odanga. Tumpigie makofi anapokuja. So we have about 40 minutes to be here. We'll start with the intros. There's microphones by your side. Just make sure that it's working. Is there a microphone? Yes. Thandazile, that's not yours, eh? Yeah. So how many people know Isaboke? How many people have seen Isaboke? Yes. Nice. Ama, you've paid them because most of them know you.
It's campaign season. Lazima uchote wase so.
So, quick intros of who you are and what you do within the space of acting. Today's conversation will be about intimacy coordination, okay? So we'll get to break that down and, of course, get an explainer from the experts who will share with us their experience. Just talk to us.
My name is Nyakundi Isaboke. I am an actor. I was born and raised in Nairobi. Nilizaliwa hapa Pumwani 32 years ago. I went to school here in Kibera and finished my high school in Kisii Cardinal Otunga High School. Started acting 15 years ago. I don't remember the number of credits that I have to my name, but I am grateful that I get to work as an actor. I am grateful that I get to share my passion with the rest of the country, and I just get to do what I dreamt I would do as a child, and it's amazing. I get to appear on the magic box.
Nice.
Yes.
Thandazile, talk to us.
Hello, everybody. My name is Thandazile, but I go by the name of Thanda. Thandazile is too long. Thanda Mieza. I am from South Africa. I am a performing arts graduate. So I started studying drama in high school, grade 8 it was. I don't know what you call it here, Form 1. And then from then I went to the Durban University of Technology in South Africa to study drama. So I specialize now in music scoring. I did specialize in singing, but now I'm a music publisher and all of these things that happen behind the scenes. Growing up, I thought I'd be an actress because it was cute. It was glamorous. Well, it looked glamorous. So I did the glamorous side. The glamorous side only happens out of work. So I decided to go behind the scenes. I started working as a production secretary in one of the biggest production houses in South Africa. I'm not going to mention them, but I've worked for a couple. I also did some acting on Generations, which I know is most popular in the upper African countries. After that, I decided to venture into directing and producing. So currently, I'm focusing on music publishing and music scoring. So basically, here I'm going to speak mostly on the actor's perspective or on the actor's space, which is where the actor prepares for intimacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can clap for her, tafadhali. Ruben, I know I tried introducing you, but I failed epically. So how would you ordinarily introduce yourself?
Check. My name is Ruben Odanga. I'm a filmmaker, a producer. I have long specialized on long formats. Currently, we are slightly above 1,500 episodes on Prime TV produced. We have also gotten into short formats and feature films. And I'm very keen in Pan-Africanism and collaboration across the globe, and that's why today we screen Safari in the evening, which is a Nigeria-Kenya collaboration. So that's what I do. It pays rent.
Thank you very much. He's just being modest. How many of you have watched Selena? Ati, oh, how many of you are currently watching Lazizi? Oh, nice. So he's the man responsible for that. And of course, there's a film that's going to be done today. It's the premiere today, and we are excited about it. It's called Safari. Now, how many of you watch movies generally? Any kind of movies, any kinds of film? Could be everyone. Sindio, work with me. I don't want it to be boring. Mnaniangalia aje? I don't want it to be boring. How many of you watch films? How many of you skip a part when it's an intimate scene? Ndio zenyu? Yeah. So, I'd like to know, Ruben, why is it that we can't avoid intimate scenes in productions? Why must we include it? For me, when I write, I just stay away from that because I don't know how to deal with such scenes. But why is it important for us to have intimate scenes within productions?
So 2 ways to look at it. One, an artist is a very dangerous, bold, prophetic, religious, political, philosophical being. And the things an artist is trying to create or express sometimes do not necessarily have to be their own ideas. So from the writer's point of view, when you're writing a love story, it doesn't necessarily mean you ascribe, or you're writing those intimate scenes, doesn't necessarily mean you ascribe to those things. We are literally a reflection of society. On the other bit of the flip of the coin is because you're a mirror of society, our work is just to say these things happen. We are not saying we are advocating for them. We're just saying that, I mean, you are born, and because you are born, then it means you're a product of two people. But how the expression of that particular act, there's a thin line between love, lust, rape, and all those, and porn and all those. So we're just reflecting society. And in doing that, we're telling a story. Obviously, sometimes we are pushing an agenda. We're elevating culture and all those things. But the main thing is we are just reflecting what's happening in society.
So, Tanda, I'd like to get to understand from your own experience, because you've been in so many productions. What was your first experience, either witnessing or being part of an intimate scene, and how did you actually prepare? Because for me, if I'm put in an intimate scene, I'll be like, I have a relationship, I'm out. There are some actors who are also equally known to include some parts in their contract for them not to have intimate scenes. Kindly talk to us a little bit about your own personal experience.
It was an interesting one, and it was also completely nude. I was young. I was in my early 20s. So things have moved. I'm in my 40s now, just by the way. I know, I don't look it, right? So I was in my early 20s. This must have been like in terms of hygiene. We are talking scent and all those kind of things. I was also at a point where I was desperate in life. I wanted the role at all cost. It was an international film by a Frenchman, I won't mention it. So I was like, this is my first international opportunity, let me grab it. Boy, was I wrong. So at the time, I didn't know my rights. As a female, I didn't have boundaries. I knew nothing. The word boundaries didn't even exist in my head. So when I say times have changed now, with social media and all of that growing, I mean, there was only Facebook at the time. So the youth has grown now. A 23-year-old, 25-year-old would never agree to what I agreed to back then. So the youth is more woke, but my experience was an unpleasant one. I do believe that we'll touch on the boundaries later, which is what I'd like to focus mostly on, but it was not pleasant at all.
I would like to ask you a follow-up question, which is, did it affect you psychologically, and how did you recover from that?
This is how it affected me psychologically. I came in with a mentality of a graduate, you know? I've spent so many years studying this thing. I know it. It's not that simple. Acting is very technical, spiritual, and all sorts of things that you've mentioned. We spend a lot of time while studying doing a subject called movement. In a movement class, you are basically taught, I don't know if any of you are drama students here, but you are taught how to sense another human being. I mean, studying drama, you can imagine, is something so sacred because it's personal. It's your personal experience. It's your body that they are going to touch. It's not like studying to be a doctor or any other professionalities. It is you that you are giving to you are the business. So because of that, I found myself being slightly disturbed by the fact that my co-worker had no experience in that. They came in as, oh, we're going to have a sex scene. Oh, it's going to be fun. No, I'm here thinking, I'm at work. This is professional. This is movement. This is dance. This is choreography. Oh no, that's not where they were. They were in it because of their personal reasons. So that's another challenge that you might face as an actor, that you come in as a professional, the other person come in with their own agenda, and you can't control what happens out of you as a performer.
Isaboke, I know you told us about the credits that you can't follow up. Is there a moment where you are involved in an intimate scene, and then how did you prepare for that as well?
I mean, as an actor, if Ruben approaches me and tells me we are doing a story and I'm already on board, he will personally tell me that there are scenes that are intimate. And as an actor, my job is to become, you see? So if the job requires me to be intimate, and the person that I am playing the intimate scene with is comfortable, and I am comfortable to play this intimate scene with, and the director knows how to take us through the short list and vile anataka to perform your scene, I usually don't have a problem with it as long as everyone else around us is comfortable to do that scene. So sometimes we walk around eggshells on this topic. Personally, my biggest break was on a soap opera. And intimacy in a soap opera is constant, because you have to constantly hold someone and tell them how you love them, or tell them how much you don't love them, or how you don't want to be with them. So I feel like intimacy shouldn't be approached in a vilifying kind of way, you see, because I've been in intimate scenes before. And as long as I treat that scene as professional as possible and respect my fellow actor's boundary, and everyone else in the crew respects our boundary and what we are willing to do, as long as I signed on that project and I was aware that there was something or there's a scene that involves intimacy in that specific project, and I signed on, I shouldn't have a problem with it. Because in a situation where you don't want to be in a situation whereby you are already told about this, and then you get to the day of shooting this scene, and then you're like, oh no, me, I don't want this. And most writers don't just litter intimate scenes in the story, because that intimacy has to have importance in the story, you know, because there's intimate scenes that are just littered and you'll be like, nah, why are we kissing? Why are we touching each other, you see? But once you've gotten past that and you understand why that intimate scene is in the story, as an artist, my job is to I'll become that person. And I get what you said about being in relationships and your partner saying, oh, if I see you kissing someone else on TV, it will be like this. But nikikukatia ulikuwa unajua mimi ni actor. And I have a friend of mine who, they were doing a Aurora show. And then one of the aunties told the girl, you know, this person every once in a while kisses people on screen. We don't want to come to start handling cases at you saw this one kissing this one on screen and you get pissed. Because first of all, there's no emotional attachment. And if it gets there, you should probably take it outside the set and never let it affect your work, you know. But I don't advocate for that to get there, you see. But I don't see intimate scenes as a problem. Like Ruben had stated earlier, it's part of life. When you go home, your spouse expects you to show a certain level of affection. And affection sometimes involves touch. You have to kiss your person, you have to hold your person in a passionate way. And if the scene dictates that you do that, then I signed on to the project. Why should I have reservations?
Okay. Best performer. Okay. Ruben, I know in the African setup, and I'm saying Africa because it has everything to do with culture, the French kiss a lot. Within their culture, you know, they kiss a lot. Western Europeans kiss a lot. Even gentlemen kiss on their cheek like that. In Africa, we've villainized these intimate scenes. How can we make sure, or is it our responsibility as an industry to train people and tell them the importance of these scenes? Or it's just our job as storytellers to tell the story? Because you find like some parents might villainize even the whole career in itself. You're an actor, you're an actress, they villainize everything. They're like, you can't be an actor because it's linked to promiscuity. How best would you handle such?
Okay, so I'll be a bit everywhere trying to answer your question, but because I need to build context. How many guys have read the Sexual Offense Act of Kenya 2017? Kenyans in the house? I think it's been amended again 2022. How many guys have read it? Okay, you guys need to create some time and have a look at it. And this intimacy coordination thing came about during the time there was a Me Too movement, I think in South Africa. And the whole idea about intimacy coordinators is to create an environment which will protect the actor, the crew, the editors, and also the audience. Because what would happen in a scenario where people are doing intimate scenes, many people, like what she has explained and what Isaboke has explained, would end up getting a bit scarred, okay? So there's a very thin line. There's a very thin line between what you think is sexy to sexual offense, okay? So because of that, then the intimacy coordinator needs to create an environment on the set, and this environment is purely driven by consent, and just like what he's spoken about, that these discussions happen before you sign the contract, but that consent can be withdrawn even at the time of shooting the scene. You can say, look, I know I said I can shoot half naked, but I think I want to change my mind, okay? And that's the main context why intimacy coordinators come in, and that's why we're having this discussion. It's to create an environment where actors like her and like Isaboke will go in and do the scene in a very respectful way and go home feeling their dignity is intact and don't feel any embarrassment or second embarrassment or stuff like that. And the same thing needs to be passed on even to the editors, so that the editor who is going to edit needs to know that there's a scene that is coming that has a bit of violent rape scenes, because you never know if someone has trauma or has a past that could affect them. You understand that? So that's the main bigger context of why we are doing this. Are we shying away from it? Yes, we are shying away from it, maybe because of our culture, because of our religiosity, and maybe because how it's been portrayed. It's never been done well in a tasteful way, so that, you know, even the people who are kissing, they're not believing in what they're doing. So how do you expect me as an audience to feel like, oh wow, these people are romantically involved? So that has lacked for the longest time. We now have intimacy coordinators who are being trained. There are few in this country. I've worked with few. And the end product has been the actors are happy, the crew is happy. Everyone walked away not feeling a certain way out of that particular context. So there's culture, there is religion. Africans, we are very religious people. But also there is a lot of advancement in terms of we have grown as a people, we are learned, we are educated, we know what we want. We have a sense of choice, what to want, when to watch it, and how to watch it. Yeah.
I'll just do a follow-up question. Have you ever... So what is this coordination? Because there's the intimate scenes, yes, but what is this coordination?
So coordination is stunt. It's literally stunt. People don't do it. It's stunt.
Hakuna ile yenye-
It's organization in such a way that the camera, the director is able to get what the director gets, but the actors in the scene are able to be comfortable to do it and not necessarily affect the story.
Is there a checklist?
Correct.
Is there
So
a check?
It's so detailed. I wish we had intimacy coordinator here. It's so detailed to a point of mouthwash and toothbrush and all those things. Okay. It might be easy for men to do intimate scenes. It might not necessarily be easy for women to do intimate scenes. Okay. And sometimes in the past, boys have been naughty in those intimate scenes to throw one or two things that has not been, literally to make an abuse of the whole process, which is now sexual abuse, okay? But we have few also instances where women have abused men, and because men are supposed to be macho, men never complained about it, okay? So that's why these processes are important, so that even after you sign the contract, once we go through the stunt, we agree you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this, and move like this. I will breathe like this. Are you okay with it? How is my mouth? The camera will be here. I don't want my back to be shown and all that stuff. All that is written down, and we sign before we do the scene. Okay? And remember, consent can be pulled out anytime. And after this process, once we finish and the director said, cut, I have my shot, the parties retreat with the intimacy coordinator or the director to also just have a debrief. How was it? Did you feel okay? Did you feel like okay? And some of them go even further that the actor or the actress, especially the actress, because women tend to be a bit disadvantaged in this setup, they want to watch the final clip before it goes out on. So it's a masterclass. Yeah.
I love that you've shared that, because there's the aspect of power dynamics where I don't want to lose this role. So I'm just saying yes, because if I say no, then they're going to cut me out. Sometimes we are looking for a job, and if the job requires me to go to an extreme and things that I don't believe in, sometimes you'd find actors or actresses getting to points where they can't say yes or no, or they have to say that yes. The power dynamics, how do you address that? And of course, I'd like you to just touch on consent, because consent, it's a word that people use here or there for convenience. But I like, Ruben, if you have something to add on, you can add.
And then, okay, so very quickly. So it's now growing to a place where, because I got the privilege to produce Sugar Season 1. It's now growing to a place where now you no longer hug people. You literally must request. Say, can I hug you? Because some of those hugs, we know they're not normal hugs. No? Naongea sana?
Ama ziko sawa?
No, sometimes the girls can really hug you, okay?
Yes.
Yeah. I know someone who I denied work, and I'm sure they hate me for now, but I knew because they were Muslims and they were going through Ramadan, and the director and producer were very insistent that they must be an intimate scene and they need nudity. You know, and those are discussions you need to have with your actor and be very open with them. And looking at the factors and looking at the scenarios, and I would knew what this would do even to their own personal life, it's just better to be truthful and say, look, I know you're a good actress, but you know there'll be another project. Let's just pick someone else. So that those realities that we must be very open and objective from the beginning before we sign the contract, before we move on. Yeah.
Tanda, what would you like to add on that? Because especially consent, it's a word that is very sensitive. People think they understand it, but they don't know the description of it and the detail of it. So kindly talk to us.
I will touch on that level of desperation first. Okay, so being a performing artist is a collaboration of a lot of life aspects. And we overlook that as human beings in general. All that I can say is that you can never be a great performer or performing artist without having done the personal groundwork first. He touched on the lady that was Muslim because it's a collaboration of spirituality. Like I said, it is personal. That's why we've got an actor space where an actor prepares, because at the end of the day, after the producer, the writer, the director have put together all the work, you must now relay that message and relay it correctly. And you cannot do that without the personal groundwork. So without that personal groundwork, you will lack boundaries. It's a given. So having done the personal groundwork, now looking at the consent. Okay, so now they go hand in hand. Nowadays, this didn't exist back then when I did my first intimacy scene. So what happens now is that we build our brands, personal brands, you know, we are social media content creators and all of these things. So when you combine the two, personal building, personal brand building and the personal groundwork that you've done and what you want to portray yourself as a performer and as a character in whatever show you are portraying intimacy. So you will know when you make the choices that you make. I'm going to make an example with one or two actors that we've got, popular actors in South Africa. Cindy Latu plays Lindiwe in a show called The River. I don't know if any of you have seen it. She has not even a kiss, except for when she was getting married in one of the shows. She's been in the industry for about 30 years now. Not even a kiss. At the time that she had to, because now she's a co-producer in the show. So she's got more to gain. She knows what she's doing. She's developed her brand and all of those things. The value is more. She charged so much. She put in all that into one intimate scene, and it made the entire production. I think the show ran for about 7 to 8 years. But that one scene that she did had so much substance, more than anything that she's ever done on television. So you might want to keep that anticipation from your audience and know yourself, work on your brand, and build all of these things. By the time you get to the consent form or consent indemnity form, you know what you're signing, you know what you're putting down on your neck or on your lifeline by signing that consent form. So basically what I'm trying to advise the actors, if we've got any actors here, is that first know your value, know your worth, know what you are doing and why. Be intentional about it before you go on and sign. It should not be about money, because that's not what performing is about, to be honest. Performing is so deep. Being a performing artist is deeper than, you know, what we see. So always think about it and always give it time or the right time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Isaboke, you know, I can get into the details of you as an actor in a scene, intimate scene, but do you think it's important to have an intimacy coordinator? And in spaces where there is no intimacy coordinator, because you're also producing your own content, how best can you navigate that space? Because sometimes you do not have an intimate coordinator. I've gone to spaces where it's a shoot, yes, and maybe they are starting out, they don't even know if that is required. How best can we now aid the next generation of creators to get to understand, listen, an intimacy coach is very important?
I mean, in a space where you don't have an intimacy coordinator, the director must know what it is that they want from that scene. And most of the time, it doesn't have to get to physical intimacy. Sometimes intimacy can be the air in the air. And you see, like, it could be the tension
Aura.
in the air, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily have to get physical. So in a situation where the intimacy coordinator is not there, because I've had directors who've taken me through intimate scenes, and most of the time it's a closed set. That doesn't help, because people are going to see it on TV. But at the end of the day, the director needs to know what exactly it is that they want. She talked about movement. Ruben talked about the choreography of it. You have to know what exactly do I want and how is it going to cut, and communicate that properly to the cast, and also put them in the psychology of doing that scene. So communication too. and making sure both parties are on board with it before it's done. And if you can avoid it, if you can avoid the physical intimacy because one of the parties is not up to it, there's so many ways that you can allude to intimacy that doesn't have to necessarily be they touched each other, they kissed each other. Because I'm sure you've seen movies where the tension is built up to the extent that they don't have to do it. You know it happened, you know. Like you could see, like we could see clothes on the ground, steam on the bathroom mirror, and like there's so many ways that
there's someone who's agreeing with you, like yes.
Yeah, because there's so many ways. Like there's a way you can look at a woman and people will say, "Awa, amekulana." See, like
Ruben, do you consider that escapism?
I wanted to complicate what he's saying.
Yeah,
I'm complicating it. I'm not denying it.
It's okay. Yeah.
So they're lying inside the bed sheet, and that's why we need a whole masterclass for this. Okay, the guy is supposed to be half naked, correct? So he's only having a boxers, correct? And the lady is supposed to have lingerie, correct? And they're not doing anything, but they're close to each other, okay? And the man is feeling electricity, correct? And because the man is feeling electricity, the lady can feel that the man is feeling electricity. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
The audience cannot see it. You understand?
Yeah.
So, and this is where the intimacy coordinator comes in. Because you see now, the lady is being abused. Am I making sense? Okay.
She's being psychologically tormented, and there's also psychological abuse.
Wait.
Can I please answer that question?
No. Just attempt answering the question because he was trying to tell it in.
Yeah. So, so for me, over the years in my career, I now really encourage intimacy coordinators on set. Yeah. Okay. You're doing a rep scene with this actress, you don't know if she has trauma, you don't know if she's experienced a similar thing, or this man is trying to play tough, but you don't know if their sister, their girlfriend went through a similar thing. So it's something bigger than just performance. And the whole idea is to preserve dignity to the actors, to the cast and crew on set, to the audience at home. So that's the main thing. And also and I agree with this, Aboke, because I've done it before where I've coordinated my own intimate scenes. But since I started working with intimate coordinators, it has taken a lot of time from my end because they do the background checks, they do the back and forth with the actors, and by the time I'm meeting my actors and you're going through the scenes, half of my work is sort of like it's done. So yes, it's not been happening, but moving forward, it's like for camera people, it's like a new tool that is making the camera movement easier. Okay?
It's like stunt coordination. You see, before the actors come to Rube to be directed, maybe a stunt director somewhere has told them how the whole scene is going to be done. It has been choreographed. By the time they come on set, they know I'll be here, I'll punch this guy, the camera will be here, and Ampiga teke huku, he'll drop over there, the props have been set up, the whole thing is ready. Like the movement has already been coordinated. So when you come on set, it's smooth sailing. Because people get stuck. Because you could start a scene, you don't even know where the scene is going. You'll come from the door, you'll stand there, and then you'll start kissing or doing whatever. But if it has been coordinated, if you're in the psychological headspace, you know, this is how I should approach this scene, I should handle this woman this way. And above all, after the intimacy coordinator has spoken to you, personally, you and the person that you're supposed to be in the scene with, there should be a certain level of rapport and understanding and the limits. Like, ndio tumecoordinate yo kafika hapa. Sometimes things get out of hand, you know. There's always plus or minus. That's a guarantee. Like, a boob can slip here, a hand can slip where it's not supposed to go. So, your intimacy coordinators, it's as important as a stunt coordinator, as important as anyone else in the crew who's setting up something. Should be set up. Mm-hmm.
Tanda, do you have something to add on? Because I saw you trying to add on something.
He asked, so when...
How? Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I forget your name? So when Ruben mentioned that when a guy or the man in the scene feels the electricity and there are things that are moving, you know, behind the girl, and the audience cannot see it, but the girl can feel it, that is traumatic. Yes, it is. First of all, it should not be happening. It goes back to...
Sometimes you can't control the
should not be happening.
It should not.
I agree, it should not be happening.
What do you mean?
It shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't happen in its natural?
Naturally, it should not happen in the actor's space. An actor prepares, guys. An actor's space, you prepare for this moment. It is choreography. It is technical. It should not be happening.
Ruben, you're saying yes. I don't understand that part. I don't know. Maybe to an untrained actor or actress.
Professionally, it shouldn't be happening.
It shouldn't be happening.
But naturally, some things happen. Even when a stunt coordinator coordinates a fight and say, like, don't hit, because the fight is supposed to. Sometimes the punch connects. I've been hit every once in a while on set.
It doesn't take away from the fact that it is a traumatic experience, because as a professional actor, you are not expecting it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You are telling yourself that we are, like I mentioned, imagine spending 3 years of your life in class every day learning how not to do that. And then you get to the professional world and then you do it. You failed as an actor.
Okay.
So it doesn't take away from it. So the trauma comes from it not, it not having to happen, or the girl not expecting it to happen. That's the first part. And then the second part, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the personal groundwork. You mentioned a lot of things about the triggers. You don't know if it's going to trigger the post-traumas for the other person or the other actor. It's your job as an actor to do the personal ground, go through the healing. It's not the director's or the producer's problem. It's not the writer's problem. You as an actor should get there readily and readily available, and as a vessel to just open up and just take in whatever the director wants, obviously with boundaries, of course.
And also, like, just to add on it, as an actor, before you sign on to any project, just make sure. I know some actors have this habit of not going through the script. Please make sure you've gone through the script, you've asked the necessary questions, so that it doesn't creep up on you when you get on set and you're like, so tomorrow we're shooting that intimate scene, and you have no idea because you didn't go through the script, you don't know, and now you're in a position where you might frustrate production because things have to move, and now we're in a position where Isaboke has said this scene can't go on because he feels he's not mentally prepared for this scene because you didn't go through the script and ask the necessary question at the initial point of conversation before this project began. Like, just know the landscape of the projects that you're going to go into, you know.
Yeah. Ruben, you're going to give us a response to the same or
Quickly,
an add-on, and then we have about 7 minutes to get questions from you. If you have any question, we would definitely want to hear from you. I'll only cut a curve on 3 questions, and then we'll continue.
So let me break it even down further. And the thing about intimacy coordination is, once you start discussing it, it gets a bit graphic, okay? So the script says, and he moves in and kisses her passionately, okay? So if we're going to break down what kissing means, it can be lips kissing. There are those who kiss with their tongue inside the mouth of the other person. Should I proceed or should I leave it there?
Tuko sawa?
Okay.
Iko joto ama tuko sawa?
Okay. There are those who kiss and then they start licking the lips and biting of the other person. There are those who, it can go on and on, okay? The definition of the male actor of he kisses her and the definition of the female actress of he kisses her are different. Are you understanding my point? And that's why as petty as that must be discussed and agreed on paper. So that yes, you're kissing me, but let's define this kissing. Are you having your tongue all over my mouth, or are you, this girl is shy, so.
Yeah.
And that's why intimacy coordination is so important. If I can go back to the same example I gave of two actors inside a bed sheet. You guys are only seeing this side, okay? That's where the camera is, okay? And whatever has happened. The other side I said maybe it's the guy feeling the lady's thing. This other side I've heard of a story of when it was cut, do you know what the lady did? He went for the guy's things and whatever and then walked out. So now the guy cannot come out of the scene. He's like, go and change, but he can't stand up, okay? An intimacy coordinator in an intimate scene like that, they create a scenario and they come with code words so that in the event the lady, the actress or the actor feels a bit uncomfortable, they can call for 5. Even when the director feels, Isaboke is now feeling, Sasa, this is the moment, you know, the emotions. If you're feeling like, this guy is going slightly more beyond, you can say, I need 5, and we cut there. And whatever we have recorded will not make it because it's not a representation of what I had agreed. So this is a very important person in a very interesting waters we are playing with in terms of producing content that protects the actor and everyone on set.
Hi, thank you so much for that. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. I'd like someone to help us pass the microphone across. If you have a question, you can carry up your hand and we'll definitely get it to you because we'd like to hear what you have to say. In terms of questions, do you have a question? I'm only going to get 3 and that'll be it. So I'm seeing one hand over here, another one there, and okay, I'll add you as the 4th one, but make them short and precise. Can we get a microphone to roam around kindly? Kindly, any extra microphone? Do you have an extra microphone? You can just tell us your name and then just ask your question.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Precious, and I have a question to Mr. Ruben. Okay, concerning what Miss Tanda said about her experience as the first and the only time she had an intimate scene. There is an obvious bias, an obvious patriarchal bias, evident in intimate scenes, where the men show up, I'm in the scene, I'm in the zone, let's go have fun. But the women, it's more complex for a woman. It's not, I'll just show up, strip, then we get this over with. And her experience was not so good. So as a director, you are in charge of the set, you are in charge of your actors and your actresses. What efforts do you put in place to bridge this gap, this bias gap that is very evident in intimate scenes? That's my first question. The second question is, when actors misbehave in intimate scenes, do you, as a director, hold the one who has misbehaved accountable? Or do you sweep it under the rug because it's gonna make you bank in the end, at the end of everything? Those are my questions.
Yeah, just respond, please.
So, working with an intimacy coordinator is such a beautiful thing for any director because they take care a lot of that stuff you're talking about. By the time we are meeting, there's no bias. I've just finished a film which we hope to premiere in April, and all the actors, you'll watch an actor who never does intimate scenes and did intimate scenes and came out and she's so confident up to now. Because we spoke about all those things, what you can see, what you cannot see, even if you use my double, what that double cannot express, because you see, the audience will not know that you used a double. The audience will always relate. So the intimacy coordinator plays a major role for that. If an actor breaks what we've agreed on paper, do you know what happens? The Sexual Offense Act comes into play. Now that's a police case. Me, I was present, I witnessed. This is what we agreed. We agreed you're not going to touch her bum. This is what you did. So now it's a police case. I need you guys to read that thing. You will be very careful how you hug your people. Especially in Kenya, it's a very, very tight law, okay? So there are very harsh consequences. I mean, you can fire people, you can whatever, but ultimately, What we sign is not above the law, is not above the constitution. Once the act comes in, I tell people once there's a sexual offense on set, once the act comes in, it's a police case. I'm not in that story.
Okay, thank you for that precise answer. I only have 2 minutes to go. I have 3 other hands. I don't know how I'm going to run that. Just ask your question, but make it precise. Don't go into description, please.
Yes, Jumbo, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Felipe Sagwa. I'm a film enthusiast and quite a harsh critic of films. And my question will rather be 2-part so that it may, be understood well. My question will fall into this, right? So there's this, the intimacy scene and all about the intimacy. And my question will be posed in this way. What is the purpose of this intimacy in the storytelling of the narrative rather than it being Pornhub on steroids on TV, whereby we can be able to avoid stunts and still show passion and love, or be able to use the intimacy parts to show love and passion, which at the end of the day is the point of intimacy, rather than it being every time we want to show an intimate scene, we have to run to sex stunts. That would be my question. Thank you very much.
I think it was partly answered within the conversation, but someone can add on.
It's not a must. You don't have to have the intimate scenes unless it's a key scene that drives the story forward. And also it's very heavily dependent on what kind of story you're telling, So the scene doesn't have to be there. And like we said before, there are so many ways of showing intimacy without getting physical. So it's not necessary unless that story, that specific scene is a key driver of the story. If it's a rape scene, if the rape scene is the setup for the whole story, there has to be that rape scene. You see, yeah. So it doesn't have to be unless it's a key point in the storytelling.
Let me give a quick example. How many guys have watched Shaka Ilembe? Where all the extras, the men are bare chest and the women are half naked. How many guys have watched it? Can you imagine that series without intimacy coordinators? As in, even when the boom guy does this and touches the breast of an extra, it can be a ketcos. What did I say? Court case.
Yes.
So that's why it's important. Yeah. Anyway, proceed.
Thank you. I'm being told my time is up. Make it short and sweet, kindly.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Mwiga. I'm an emerging filmmaker. My question is, I understand that our stories have intimacies, and to these intimacies, I've come to realize that majority of our films here in Kenya, we have started to engage into much of intimacy. I don't know if it's my prompting of the series that I get to watch, or is the industry growing? But the question is, I've watched a lot of films with intimacy, and I felt some are too intimate, which you feel like it was not worth to watch, and it was not worth to watch. How do you guys regulate to these kind of films, like maybe a feature film that have intimacy, like to regulate, to show the perfection or the affection of love and everything? Any person can answer. Thank you.
I think we are circling. Yeah, we are circling. It's pretty much the same response to almost everything that has been answered, but any expression from my panelists?
The Kenya Film Classification Board does not regulate, it classifies. So depending on how deep your intimate scenes, it will decide if it's 13, PG, 16, or 21. Okay? Depending on if we really need that scene or not, Isaboke has explained it, and most of the time, because the director is the custodian of the story, then it's the director's call. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there was an expression over here. Yes, there's a gentleman over here. Tafadhali.
Good evening. My name is Joshak. My question is, instead of using somebody who is going to see the incidents of intimacy as being traumatized, why can't you just use people who are ready to take the roles? people who are ready to take that part instead of using people who are going to shy away from the role?
Because even traumatized people deserve work. So now, because of those traumatized people is why we have intimacy coordinators on set. Yeah, like that's one of the biggest reasons, bro. Like, you can't ostracize someone from a job just because they're traumatized. And like I said before, those conversations are hard before the job begins. So if they have reservations, nowadays when you go for auditions, a director usually has options. If the first option won't work, the second option will be called in. But if you're ever in a position to give someone work, don't deny them work because they are traumatized. Yes.
Yeah, I'm being told we have more time. Okay. We have more time. So if you have any other question, you could ask. And then I want it to be more of an expression. Yeah, so don't worry about time. Sorry about the guys I hurried with their questions. So if you have a question, you can actually ask.
Oh, okay. First of all, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Muturi. I'm an actor. I have two questions. There was one question here that was asked. I don't recall if it was answered, whereby I think it was directed to you, Tanda, whereby where's the gap since for the most part, how am I going to say this? Yes, in that POV whereby women for the most part, when it comes to intimacy, yeah, it's very 50-50 or it's more sensitive compared to men. And as for my second question, where do we, say for instance, I want to be an intimacy coordinator, right? Where would I, other than like the internet, online, where would I get this sort of training, especially in this country? You know?
No, I love it. I think you're able to answer that because I only know of one intimacy
There are currently
coordinator.
2 certified intimacy coordinators in Kenya. Kababai, I don't know his other name. What's Kababa's other name?
It's usually Kababa.
Mike. It's called Mike?
Kababa, Mike.
I've forgotten the other name.
Michael
someone.
Jones.
Michael Jones,
yeah.
yes. Michael Jones and Nice Gidinji. Those are the 2 certified intimacy coordinators in Kenya. I know there's one from Rwanda. I know there are other people who are doing it, but they are still under training to get certified. Reach out to KFC, Kenya Film Commission, and who else? And check out an organization online called Safe Sets. And the whole idea about intimacy coordinator is to create safe sets. So that's why it's called Safe Sets. Check them out. It's not cheap, but I will encourage most of us to try that. You know, most of us want to be directors. All people who come for internship at Multan want to be DOP or directors. There are many aspects of film, even as the industry is growing, that you can explore. And they're really encouraging men to become intimacy coordinators because we end up having a lot of women intimacy coordinators. Currently in all Netflix commission shows, you cannot shoot them without intimacy coordinators. So it's a growing trend. I think in the next few years, 3-4 years, it will be like a proper requirement on any given set.
Yeah. Do you have more questions from the audience? Or you have a follow-up question? It's okay. Oh, and Tanda, if you have recommendations for where people can actually study, it's either online.
It wasn't, sorry to interrupt, it wasn't just the where to get the training. It was more like the question, the gap between, you really had a good question, could you please?
Was it how do we close the gap?
Yes, how do you bridge the gap?
How do we bridge the gap? That's more of a personal work. You know what I mean? It's going to depend on the choices that you make in your career path. If you don't have boundaries, if you don't look at the consent form, if you just go about shooting whatever, whenever, however, you have not even studied, because most people just think, oh, you know, I think I'm beautiful enough, I can act. It's not, listen, it's not that easy. It's not that simple. So it depends on the personal choices that you make. You can't just make poor life choices because, like I said, you are selling your personal brand as a performing artist. It doesn't matter what you do. If you're a musician, a dancer, or whatever, you're selling yourself. So in the life choices that you make, you get to a point where you call the shots because of the value that you've built yourself through what? The choices that you've made yourself. That's how you can bridge the gap. Otherwise, there's no other way. It's a patriarchal world. It's a man's world. Right now, we're not sure if it's going to be like that in the next 30 years, but right now, that's how it is. But it all depends on your personal groundwork. That's all.
Yeah, just to remind you that it's a man's world, but it means nothing without a woman or a girl.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Clock it.
Yeah, there's more questions over there. Oh, the girls were like, clock it. Okay. We have a question over there. Yeah, right there. Yes.
Okay, you've said about, Isaboki has talked about you cannot deny somebody a job because of the being traumatized. But you have vetting process. So you could ask the person if they have had mental or social issues before giving them the role. Because you cannot give person or a capacity which is not going to hold it. So I think you should be considering about the capacity of the person. Is he able to take the role to avoid these cases?
Mostly on an audition form, if that show has intimate scenes, that question is usually highlighted there. If you're comfortable with nudity or intimacy in that, unless Rubesi, they're usually on the contract, or not even the contract, the audition form. Those questions are usually there. So if you haven't gotten over any kind of trauma that you have leading to that situation, then that's when you should open up and say, I'm not comfortable with this. And even after you've passed the audition, you'll sit down with the directors and the producers and you'll have these conversations. That's the point where you as an actor, you should be open and be free enough to talk about your traumas. Because if you don't, then production is going to stall because you didn't disclose something.
Okay, so the main thing you should not overdo when you're acting.
No, the main thing, you should be open to speak about your traumas.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the acting role. Now you are acting, you're in the process. So you should not overdo to make the other person uncomfortable.
Now sasa hapo vile wamesema, now that's where the intimacy coordinator comes. Before you come on set, all things will be choreographed. When you're coming on set, you're just copy-pasting what the intimacy coordinator had directed, and then ikapitishwa na director. That's what you guys will be doing. So it's not like you're being thrown in the dark. Yeah, because your intimacy director is actually to take you through this intimate scene step by step. And if you have a question, and if you have something to disclose, this is where you disclose these things.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we are doing well. There's a gentleman over here. And this is the first time I'm seeing gentlemen asking more questions than the ladies. And ladies, I thought you're going to be louder on this one. There's one over here, and then, there's a lady over here. So as soon as you're done, we'll give it to the lady.
Okay. This is my question. Let's say, so you've said after those who are involved in the intimacy scene have done their thing, they can ask to preview it before it goes to the world. Now, are there times, let's say those who are involved, they looked at that footage before you uploaded it to the world, and then they decide they don't want it to go, they don't want it to be shared with the world, and if that happens, now what do you do? And let's say you had a very fixed budget for the film.
Ruben, I think you're in position to answer
so
that.
that's a very good question. So one, we can see how we can re-edit it. I also need you guys to understand that sometimes in the edit, the footage takes a life of its own. And sometimes even directors, we have to tone it down because I remember there's an intimate scene we shot and we decided because it's a telenovela, let's use a silhouette. So, we are doing it, the light behind them, and then we are filming through curtains, so almost seeing like their shadows, okay? It ended up looking more graphic than we even thought. So there's that option that we can edit it down. There's the option that we can remove it completely. How bad is it? And purely, it's an issue of discussion. It's really, really an issue of having a discussion between you and the actors. There's some which you never saw on the monitor, but on the edit, you realize it portrays that cast or actor or actress in a bad light. We are seeing something that, ideally is a bit offensive. So then we decide to remove it. So there are many challenges on the edit. It's purely a collaborative process. We discuss and we decide, do we need to keep it? Do we need to remove it? Do we need to edit it down? Do we need to add more?
I love,
and if you don't have budget, if you don't have budget, you'll ask this question. Do we need this scene in this movie? Because if you don't have budget to go reshooting that scene, that's the question you should ask yourself. Does it serve the story? Does it move the story forward?
Yeah, and that's actually what I wanted to ask. If it was a very important part of the story, now what do you do?
And now as a director, Sasa, you see, that's where your creativity comes in. You think if the actors are uncomfortable with the scene that's there, now you find ways to portray intimacy that doesn't involve touching or the nini. Or as they allude, you can allude. Throw a bra and panties on the floor and then cut to the next scene, or them in bed talking about how thrilling it was. You don't have to put the actual action there.
Yeah, so I think it begs the question, intimacy scenes, are they one take?
Oh, no.
Sometimes.
So I'd like to know, because if it's one take and you're done with it and the person is not comfortable, then are you going to reshoot the scene? Or?
So sometimes, and it's a very, there's no yes or no answer. Let me give you another good example where the script says, they kiss. She removes his shirt, the guy unbuttons the bra, and then the guy carries the lady to the bed, whatever, and we shot that. But in the edit, that carrying, we realize, this guy, the lady is heavier, so the guy is struggling. So what we had envisioned to be a romantic moment of Cinderella is not happening on the edit. The director removes it. Not because it's bad, but because it's not working. So the reason why a scene is removed, there are many aspects to it. Okay? Not necessarily budget. There are many aspects. Yes, we shot it, but on the edit, imekata. Tunaona, let me pick on Isaboke because he's here. Tunaona Isaboke anaswetuku. It's not looking nice. And then we tell ourselves, it's going to big screen. So imagine if this was a close-up of Isaboke's armpits. Now imagine in the cinemas. The armpit is like this.
Yeah.
Let's just remove it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, so there's no yes or no. There are many factors that lead to those decisions to be made.
Okay. There's the lady over here. Oh, sorry. Oh, there's another one. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Whitney Kibara. I'm an upcoming producer at Mbugiwood. So, Mr. Ruben, this is to you. I think you've been in the game for a bit. So are there plans to institutionalize this intimacy coordination role now that you actually mentioned that it's in the law? And I can tell you from experience, we are currently working to do community screenings for a GBV film. But we're having a lot of clash of cultures with the Teacher Service Commission, with churches, because they have issues with kissing scenes, they have issues with maybe the film shows some scenes that might be actually very sensitive for the audiences, for the kids. And you find that at KFCB, they already classified the film and they already rated it at 13. But I'm still arguing with the teachers about having this role, and maybe explaining it seems like I don't want to butcher my film. But if we have a role like that as an institution in such boardroom engagements, then it's easier for them to explain why this scene is important as it is without changing the story. Are there plans? Is it in the game plan?
So if I get correctly, your question is more about culture than about the law. It's an issue of time. We were struggling to watch Kenyans kissing. Now we can accommodate it. Now I see shows that are pushing the boundaries, so maybe it's an issue of time. I think if I get correctly, your question is purely about whether we'll get to a point where those things can be regulated. Why, for me, it's important to have an intimacy coordinator on set is because if the law was to apply, the Sexual Offense Act was to apply in Kenyan film sets today, half of you will be in jail. Half of you will be in jail. I kid you not. So it's a we have a very vibrant, activist, inclined constitution. I don't know if you people realize that. Or you only think your right is to andamana. Okay? So it really protects you. It really protects you. And also I think we are growing an industry, and growing an industry is not only pay rise, but it's also building protocols and infrastructure and creating context where people can work with a lot of dignity.
I love that you've shared that.
And also I think if it's already been shot and it's already been classified by KFCB, if someone is uncomfortable with it, they should click the next movie. You see, eh?
Okay. I just wanted to ask, I know you'll ask, just pass the microphone, but it's just a side note of, isn't it important to have this in our curriculums already? Because there's film, there's television, there's a lot of unlearning we need to do with the entire education system, but don't you think it should be a unit so that someone learns it as we continue? So
yeah,
no
and it's coming. Yeah. It's coming. You know, I was talking to actors on Friday, and the problem we have in this country, don't stone me, guys. Guys, we are only almost 25 years active in terms of TV and cinema. And I think we started with Malund and then Papa Shurandal and then Tahidi.
And they're constantly comparing us to an industry that's 130 years old.
And we always try to compare ourselves with Nollywood, or rather Hollywood. You know what I mean? So all these things are coming. We are better off where we were 5 years ago. In the next 5 years, there'll be a lot of changes. So now that film is being taught in school, I foresee that in the next 3, 4, 5 years, there'll be a lot of change that is coming. Yeah.
Okay, finally.
Hello. My name is Pamela Keriako. I am a director and producer from Uganda. And my question is to Isaboke. Not so much as a question, more like an observation. Must one be traumatized to need an intimacy coach on set? It can't be more of a respect thing?
They don't have to be traumatized. For me, I feel like it's a question of comfort. Yeah? How comfortable are you to do this in front of people in a way that respects your dignity? And also as a person, atoki katianga dem. Sorry, Tando. Probably.
She's Ugandan. You have to say
when
it in English.
when you're wooing a girl, most of the time you have to be very respectful. So most girls don't know how to respond to violent wooing, And we've seen girls every now and then saying online, I don't like being catcalled. It's important to walk up to a girl and speak to her politely. And if you speak to her politely, she might give you these things. And when we are on set, the same etiquette should be transferred. Just look at your fellow actor as a human being and respect the boundaries that they have. Approach him or her, because there are cases where the girls are the aggressors, and there are cases where men are the aggressors. Just respect. If you put respect on the table, a lot of things will go smoothly. And the case of traumatizing, I was answering him because he was saying, if someone is traumatized, don't give them the work. But now the intimacy coordinator comes in and makes the environment comfortable enough for the traumatized person to actually do this job and not risk losing the job, you see. Yeah. So by the end of the day, being in Kenya, the jobs are far in between. Yeah. And if you're losing a job because of an intimacy scene, now this is where the intimacy coordinator comes in and makes sure you're comfortable enough and the two parties respect each other and they respect each other's boundaries. Kama walisema, there's no touching the tushy. Don't touch the girl's tushy and vice versa, you see. So it doesn't have to be the case of trauma to...
And that's how we've come to the end of this amazing session. Ladies, gentlemen, you've been amazing. Thank you for your responses. Thank you to my panelists as well. Ruben Odanga, what would be your parting shot as we go on to the next session?
Thank you, guys. We're screening a film, Nigeria-Kenya production tonight called Safari. Please come. We have the director on board. We have the lead actors, Mugo, Emmanuel, and Osas. The other name is a bit difficult. And we'll have a very quick Q&A. So I'm looking forward to see you guys there. We learn and we enjoy.
Is it free?
Thank you. No, it's 1,000 bob. Yeah, it's 1,000 bob, and tickets should be sold at Kenya, at Sanaa Post. But if you check Multan Productions pages, you you'll find all that information.
Tanda.
I would like to thank everyone for coming through today. I also would like to thank the Kenya Film Commission for the invite. I would also like to give a shout out to the Gauteng Film Commission, where I come from, and the NFVF from South Africa. It's interesting, just a quick one. It's very interesting that I thought of, like a Kenyan way to greet or say goodbye or whatever, but the first thing that came to mind was Karibu Giti, and I was like, but no, you are the one that is welcomed there, not them. But anyway, so
just say Karibuni.
Karibuni.
Yeah.
Isn't that welcome?
Yeah, that's how we do it. Welcome.
Yeah, but I shouldn't be saying I'm visiting.
Yeah, you're visiting, but are you inviting us to South Africa?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, say Karibuni.
Karibuni. Thank you so much, guys, and thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. I've had an amazing experience in Kenya. I love it in Nairobi. I am definitely coming back. Thank you, guys.
Yes. Isaboke?
All I'd say is write intimate scenes in your stories if they're necessary. And also, when you're engaging with the intimate scenes, be respectful of each other, listen to each other. First of all, when you're working with, as an actor, your first tool is your ears. Listen to what the other person is saying and muheshimiane. Respect is paramount on a set, and like I've said, don't write it if you don't need it.
Thank you very much. I've been your host, Brian Aseli. Support me, support my content, support my things. One, I'm on radio, Nation FM every day, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. TV on Friday, I do 2 shows. There's Trendsetters from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., 10 p.m. to midnight, Friday Night Rave with Claudia Naisabwa. God bless you. Take care. Amina, thank you so much.
1, 2, 3. Oh, there we are. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was so fun. I really learned a lot. Thank you so much, you guys. Yeah? Why are you not shaking my hand? Thank you. I want love. Yes. Ruben, are you leaving? Okay. All right. I hope I got consent for the hugs before you guys sue me. Oh, it's like this. Yes, I was being nice and warm. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for coming to Kalasha Film Market Day 1. Tafadhali jipigieni makofi pia nyinyi. I think this has been the best session so far today, and I could tell because of how engaged you guys were, all the questions that you were asking, and I hope that the curiosity and the passion does not die, all right? Because this is one of the toughest industry to make it in. It is the ones, hey, let me tell you, before you get money, before you're paid, it's going to take some time. And your family members and your friends will think you're doing a hobby and you're not serious. And that time you're like, I'm so passionate about this thing and I have a story that I want to tell. So just be patient with yourself and pace yourself. Sawa. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors, Sports Art Social Development Fund, Media Council of Kenya, KFCB, Anga Cinema, Alliance Francaise, French Embassy, Chinese Embassy, Godox, and Cameras Africa. Tomorrow's sessions, we are going to have at 9 a.m., there's going to be a Godox masterclass. Now, I don't know if you guys have been seeing what Godox are doing. So they're all about cameras and lights. And if that's your interest and that's what you want to learn more about, they'll be having a masterclass, 9 a.m. upstairs. But once you come through the door, they will tell you where you can go in case you need some assistance. And the topics, let me see. The topics tomorrow, what film editors do. That's going to be here concurrently as the masterclass is going on. Then after that, we're going to have Nexus of Indigenous Knowledge Assets and Contemporary Filmmaking. There will be data protection in the film industry because we need to understand how we can protect ourselves. Stopping cinematic content for social and digital platforms. So even content creators will have a session that will interest them. Building a film industry that works. And of course, premiere of Ngone Mwaitu by Alfred Munyua. Every single evening at the end of the film market, there will be a film that will be premiering right here. And in fact, today, for those of you who will be, staying, we have a film that is going to be premiering in exactly 14 minutes. So at 5 sharp, we're going to be showcasing an amazing film done by Ruben, who you just saw, Ruben Odanga, who was sitting right here at the end. He's an incredible director who's had, I think, more than 3 decades of experience doing this. So if you would want to take a quick 10, 15-minute break and then you come back, the film is going to start at exactly 5 p.m. Thank you so much. I hope you all get home safely and we get to see you tomorrow. My name is Amina Abdi Rabah. What an absolute honor it is to be your host. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless you. Thank you. Please play the trailer for Safari, which is the movie that's going to, you guys are going to be seeing at 5, whenever you guys are ready. Yes, yes, here. Here, thank you. If you want to watch the film, please be back at 5 p.m. in this conference hall. Thank you.
It's not looking very well, sir. It's actually pretty bad.
It's enough to turn the stomach of any sane person.
You are not suggesting that Mrs. Farouk had anything to do with the murder of this woman, are you?
That's what we are here to find out, Mr. High Commissioner.
If I want to be taken seriously as a presidential candidate, it would be a good move to have her as a wife.
Home!
I swear.
You're on vacation?
I'm actually just passing through Nairobi on my way to Mombasa. And I'm also going to be going on a safari.
You know, I live in Mombasa.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Shall we?
Paradise, I can get lost in paradise. So what do you do for a living?
Well, I am sort of a tourist attraction.
Joe is no guide.
This is my country, not Nigeria. I am fully in charge.
We have to call the police. It's the only way to clear your name.
All this is because of that boy?
All this because of me. Because of me.
We already ended it.
Hello, hi everybody. Sucks to be me, eh? But here we are. My name is Pamela Keriako. I am a film director and producer from Uganda. Today I stand here to represent the Icon Inspire Foundation, which runs the Icon Fellowship and ultimately the Icon Awards. The Icon Fellowship is basically Uganda's way of building East Africa's most powerful storytelling pipeline. So, who are we? Reach a Hand Uganda is a youth-centered nonprofit founded in 2011, and it was founded to using social behavioral change communication and advocacy to address HIV/AIDS and gender-based domestic violence, mental health and reproductive health amongst, I don't know, click. Yes, so the Icon Initiative was born out of Richer Hands Uganda's, it was born as a creative arm for Richer Hand Uganda, which is a youth-centered nonprofit founded in 2011, using social behavioral change communications and advocacy to address HIV/AIDS, GBV, mental health and reproductive health among young people. We created this because we realized film is a vehicle for communication, and using film and television as a storytelling tool to change the youth's livelihood and also to develop livelihoods across East Africa. So we were founded in 2011 as Rahu. So far we have inspired 300 plus youth leaders and we have 50 plus partnerships. So we discovered that there was a problem. Africa's young creators were invisible at scale. There was no structured training, we were isolated from industry, and there was no distribution path, thereby us making films and there's no one to buy our films or to watch them. I guarantee you there's a number of you with your films on your laptops, me inclusive. So what did we do? We created a platform. We created a platform, and this platform was to skill young filmmakers across Uganda. So what do we do usually? We put out a call for filmmakers across the country, and we receive different, hundreds and hundreds of applications, out of which we shortlist 30. Then we shortlist 10 fellows, and then we train and mentor those fellows, to whom we give $500 for seed grant. Why do we give $500? Because it's not easy for anyone to shoot a film to start with. So we give them this little money for them to shoot their first film, after which we give them training, and after which we give them a platform on which to distribute. So we have the Icon Fellowship, which is really the talent development arm. We have the Icon Awards, where we recognize and celebrate the young empowered fellows that we teach. And we have introduced Quiso TV, which is a distribution platform curating African content and extends the life of films beyond one-off screenings. What we have built is not a system. It's not just a platform, it's a whole system. And why does Quiso TV matter? Because films can get to live beyond just one-off screenings and permanently be accessible to audiences. We are able to cross border audiences and build communities across Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and beyond. And we also pay for the films that we put on our platforms. We are launching Quiso TV on 10th May, with the first film being Mama Wange, which was born out of the Icon Fellowship by one of the fellows, and so far it has 7 nominations at the Uganda Film Festival, which will be happening in a few months. So, our vision is to expand beyond just Uganda. Uganda is our home base. In Kenya, so far we have done an Activate, and this year we are expanding further with different partnerships, and we shall be expanding in Tanzania and Rwanda. What we have is a consistent content pipeline flowing from fellowship to Quiso TV distribution. We shall be able to put out a call across the whole of Africa to be able to bring people in for this mentorship course and later the distribution. The Icon ecosystem is, what we are looking for is really a content partner. So if you want to co-produce or license youth content from our fellowship cohorts or to your platform to broadcast on your channels. We are also looking for fellowship sponsors to fund a fellowship cohort or a fellows seed grant. And we are also looking for distribution partners to integrate within the Quiso TV network and into your platforms or screening network. And we are looking for festival collaborators, just like Kalasha. So if this speaks to you and your organization, or if you have content that you would like to put out there, please feel free to reach out to us. We will be here all week. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as well. Come check this place out, man. There's beautiful, beautiful instruments and a lot for you, to grow.
Someone usually is taking care of the bill. So, yeah, the main entrance is here. I think that one is being closed. So, thanks, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Santeni. Melipa. Let's get your tag.
We don't need no heaven. Everybody knows she love. Ball to the bone. We don't need no heaven. Everybody knows mana. Everybody knows she love. Ball to the bone. And we don't need no hair, no. Twelve. Hatuna kutoka leo kuna lipuka watu tu ya fanicha. I can see you looking at me. Indika pia kuna sativa sura ya malaika. Won't you? Nice on me, call me daddy, say my name. Na ukinipa leo nitasafisha kama tsunami. Tumekuja wengine kasi ni army. I've been a bad boy kutoka zamani. So generation we run the city, yeah. Na kama tia roho chafu wasonge kando wakone kutense. Ingia kwenye sakafu, tafuta wako leo ni kutense. Everything they do, we do it better. You need a ball man to love your man.
things happen. Yeah, but for me, the bigger thing, I mean, I love the story, I like the script. We had our own challenges. For me, what really stood out for me is the whole collaboration aspect between Nigeria and Kenya. Is here today. You'll have time to speak at the end because I want us to start with the film. For just, bringing Safari to shoot locally. For me, as a producer, that money would have gone to another country.
Mr. High Commissioner.
If I want to be taken seriously as a presidential candidate, it would be a good move to have her as a wife.
Alice Air.
You're on vacation?
I'm actually just passing through Nairobi on my way to Mombasa. And I'm also going to be going on a safari.
You know, I live in Mombasa.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. Shall we?
Paradise, I can get lost in paradise. So what do you do for a living?
Well, I am sort of a tourist attraction.
Our little girl. No. The murder victim, a Miss Helen Scott. Those are her parents.
No. No.
He flew in this morning from London.
The bastards.
Whoever murdered her is a sadistic monster. She was first drugged to the point of hallucinating, then repeatedly beaten. Mr. Bazuai?
Yes.
Are you okay, sir?
Yes. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's nothing. It's enough to turn the stomach of any sane person.
Hold on. You are not suggesting that Mrs. Farouk had anything to do with the brutal murder of this woman, are you?
That's what we are here to find out, Mr. High Commissioner.
You know, all this could have been avoided. Protocol demands that we should have been told that the wife of the Senate Majority Leader was on vacation here in Kenya.
Rumors also have it that Senator Farouk is being prepared for the House of Rock after the next elections.
Not if this gets out.
Can we keep it quiet, sir?
I have spoken to the police commissioner and he's promised to keep a lid on it. But he's under immense pressure from the British government. My God, I mean, you should have seen the state of that poor girl's body. Look, I have to go back to Nairobi. Senator Farouk will be flying in from Abuja this evening.